Welcome, traveler, to Class&Cool, where campfires crackle, steel sings, and legends are forged one pull at a time. Tonight, we venture into forgotten ruins, brave dangerous dungeons, and chase rare loot across wild frontiers. Allies may rise, enemies may awaken, and the next epic story could begin with our very first step. Ready your spells, sharpen your blade. The adventure starts now.
All right, welcome back. My name is Class&Cool, and I cover classically inspired MMORPGs. I love EverQuest, old school MMOs like Dark Age of Camelot, classic WoW, and look forward to projects like Monsters and Memories, Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen, Ashes of Creation, Rest in Peace, and Agilent Online, and many, many more. So I'm a huge supporter of those kind of MMOs. If you're into that kind of stuff, then welcome home. We're going to go on day 5 of a small adventure with Elessar, the human archer. Elessar, if you don't know, that's Aragorn in Return of the Kings. So little character lore there. But yeah, it's been a long week, and it's time to set off on another adventure, and I hope you guys are having a great week and a start to your weekend. This will be my final stream, just so you guys know. Having less than 1,000 subscribers. A little shocking, because I intentionally try to keep my channel small, and relatively speaking, 1,000 subs is small in the grand scheme of things, but for me that's massive, so huge thank you for that. Wagging my finger because I told you guys not to do that, but you did it anyways. So yeah, I think last I checked it was at 995, so this may be the last night we are in the triple digits. So pretty exciting, but also kind of nerve-wracking, right? I don't intend to ever be a big channel. I don't want the attention. I don't want some of the responsibilities that come with having a larger channel. So hopefully it doesn't get out of control. Hopefully we can keep it a tight-knit small community and just have fun going on these little adventures. By the way, it's kind of interesting. I haven't told this story in a while, but the whole reason why I started doing this is because I used to think to myself, man, I wish I still had access to my early 2000s EverQuest adventures. Like, I actually found some screenshots from my childhood. I was between the ages of 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. And I think I fully committed to stop playing EverQuest in 2006. So I was almost 18 or 17 back then. I was graduating high school. And I was like, I look back at those at the past and think about, that would be cool if I still had screenshots, videos. So I started documenting my Project Quorum playthrough. I already had a level 57 druid on Project 1999, but I'm like, you know what? I actually want to keep these memories. I'm going to save them. I'm going to yada, yada, yada. And I might make some Pantheon videos, because I actually, at that point, I was following Pantheon since 2014. And it just evolved into covering a little bit of Monsters and Memories, Evercraft, which is now Agilent Online, and just other stuff. Hence the name Class&Cool. I think Class&Cool games like EverQuest, and then cool stuff like Monsters and Memories is kind of like what I'm into. So yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. I hope everyone is having a great day. We're not going to waste too much more time. We're going to hop into the world of Aetherial. We're in Night Harbor right now, and should have a pretty good night. So let's get in, shall we? catching Night Harbor right at the sunrise. Sun is coming up in the east. Every time I look at that tower in the distance, I just think, dang, I wonder what all is happening there. It's such a contrast. You know, you have Night Harbor here with all of their merchants and trade and kingship, and then the slums over here. On the bottom right corner, you have the underground sewers where who knows what happens. You have this mysterious temple over here. You have the guilds and the cults. Guilds and cults is what I meant to say. And then over here in the distance, you just see this ominous Eye of Sauron type of castle. Who knows what awaits. But now that it's sunrise time, I say we take a little dive and head on over to the city and start our adventure. Yeet. Oh no. Well, that was not planned. Well, that was definitely not planned. All right. So we were, let's see here. We were a level 7 archer. We are now a level 8 archer. So let's go retrieve our corpse and start our journey back to level 8. We'll get a quick so. All right. I'm going to say hello to a couple people. Classic EverQuest said, I may be a VOD boy. I worked this weekend. I already responded to you, but I just want to give you a shout out. Anyone that doesn't know, Classic EverQuest is the go-to place for anything EverQuest related. Highly recommend checking them out. And I hope you have a great week and a great weekend. And I hope all your work adventures go well. Andrew512 said, hey there, CNC. Can't stay too long, but it's nice to catch part of the stream for once. Well, it's great to have you here. And by the way, I love your picture with that sunset and that dude standing on the, what do you call it? He's standing on like a ledge overlooking a sunrise or sunset, and then there's a mountain. That looks dope. Dan Molina, cheers, brother. Pleasure to have you here. And Andrew is just laughing at my fall. I'm telling you, man, that was not expected. I mean, you saw, I even tried to plan that jump. So, all right, let's try to get a so. Hey, buds, anyone spare a so or a CR? Thanks. %T. Oops. Dang it, dude. How do I can't type today. Say thanks. %T. So %. Thank you. Jeez. So for those that don't know, if you type %T and you have somebody targeted, whether it's a mob or another player, it will type out their name for you. So like incoming, I'm pulling a fill in the blank %T, or hey, thank you for the so %T. Because trying to type up some of these names is interesting. All right, I'm gonna give you guys some B-roll. Why not? Enjoy. Dang, this guy looks buffed. Ooh. Oh, speaking of that, hold on, guys. Speaking of that, this made me think of Chuck Norris Rest in peace, Chuck Norris. Legend has it that his left bicep ended World War I and his right bicep ended World War II. He's an absolute legend. You know, it's actually kind of interesting. I don't think I've watched a single Chuck Norris movie from beginning to end. Like, I mean, everyone grew up to him, you know, from my era, you know. I was a single-digit kid in the 90s, so we had a lot of daytime TV, and, you know, it was in commercials in the early 2000s and 90s. But now that I think about it, I don't think I've seen a single Chuck Norris movie. I've seen clips, but anyways, I know that he's a legend. So it's really amazing how far they've come with this game. Only thing I get nervous about is early access, man. I looked on the Discord today and there was 30,000 people on the Discord alone. 30,000. And early access is coming out in June. And with the work that needs to be done, I just get nervous, man. I think about all the you guys ever get that feeling like you're working on a project, everything's going great, you got some music playing, maybe some heavy metal, some classical, some techno, or hip hop, or some lo-fi, you know, whatever you're into. I mean, I'm not gonna list every genre, right? But you're in the zone, right? You're focused. But the second you start doing that same exact thing for an audience, I mean, it doesn't even have to be a lot of people. It could be one person. It just changes the whole vibe, you know? Some people actually work better in those scenarios, like maybe for performative reasons, because, you know, they're proud of what they're doing and they get pumped, you know, kind of like when you're playing a sport, when you're playing in front of an audience, like it's exciting. But there's other scenarios where it causes pressure and it makes you a lot more pliable, I guess is the term I'm going to use. I don't know if pliable is the right term, but what I mean by that is like you'll bend and twist and turn to every, you know, beck and ask or beckoning of the whoever's watching you. And when you've got the eyeballs of, let's not even say 30,000, let's say 15,000 people, and they're asking you for bug fixes and class changes and items, and or just flat out complaining. Like, let's say they don't have anything constructive to say, they're just spamming, you know. It's a lot, man. So that's the only thing I like. I'm excited, but I get nervous, man, because I've seen it. I saw it happen to Pantheon. I saw it happen to Ash's Creation, and then just MMOs aside, you know. I know this is not going to be a Steam game in the beginning, but like just like with Steam, the second you go into the marketplace of ideas, you lose all control of that, you know. It's just, it is what it is by that time. But my advice to that is like, just focus on your vision, no matter what anyone says, no matter what anyone does, and feed off of your previous success. Like, I see this, I see all the updated textures, I see all the, you know, the upgraded water, I see everything that they've done. You look at all the support from all the people, and you got to look at that and just be like, you know what, I am on the right track and I need to stay motivated. So there's our corpse right there. I hope we can get up there. It would be really cool if they added underwater stuff, Erica said. I agree. Erica923. So the other day I saw somebody like Nessa, and I was like, oh, we have another lady in the chat. And Nessa was like, nah, I'm a dude. And I was like, all right, bet. And but then I noticed there was another lady that was a lady in chat or in the comments, and then there was another lady that I've known for a while that subscribed. Is Erica a lady? Because that would make the third lady on this channel. I actually looked at my stats, and it was like 99.9% dudes. I was like, oh gosh, YouTube knows my audience. Oh, there's Nessie. What's up, Nessie? I was just talking about yeah, I was just talking about you, dude. I gotta get my key functions today correct. But yeah, no, I wonder why I'm getting more and more ladies up in here. I'm gonna have to start doing some repulsive stuff so that I can scare people away. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right, how are we gonna get this corpse? All right, let's. Hey, but Erica, jokes aside, I'm glad you're here, and it would be cool if they added underwater stuff. You're absolutely right, and actually, that they've talked about that. They're definitely gonna do that. It's all part of the scope. Nessie, I don't know if you saw this, but I was up there talking about how blissful and nice the city is, and let's go off into our adventure and let's dive into into the water, and then I dove to my death, and I de-leveled. All right, let's grab our stuff. And you know what? I deserved it, because a lot of people talk about how dying is so brutal in Monsters and Memories, and like I've died 3 times and I'm not even level 7 or something like that, and I'm like, dude, I'm level 8. I haven't died a single time from anything. How are these people dying? All right, this is what else? Oh, I got a lot of fish. I don't know if you guys saw, but I was fishing the other day. I didn't have time to like log in and have like a play session, so I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna log in and I'm gonna fish. Yeah. All right, let's get back to it. Nessie said, I see you exploring. I found a secret nest today that scared me. A secret nest? What? That's pretty cool. All right, so let's think really quick. Oh, we got to get some more wood. All right, before we go, we got 2. Okay, I need to get some bags. I want to get some bags, and then I want to put them in the bank. That would be funny if I just died. I need to put some bags in the bank. I want to put my loot. I want to organize my loot in the bank by purchasing some new bags. And then I want to go get some more wood. And then while I'm getting said wood, I'm going to get to level 8 again. And then I'm going to check and see if any friends are on and see if I can get a group. So let's see if I have friends. Do I have friends? I have no friends. Everyone's offline. Okay. Well, that's alright. And you know what? This latest patch really screwed this up for me. I need to open up a bug report on this. Where is it? Where is it? Show my name. Mini stats. Where is it? Okay, so this mini stats thing, it disappears every time I do this. That's extremely annoying. We're gonna do that right now, actually. Report bug. Trading item, NPC, trade skill, environmental, character art, UI issues. Crap, I messed up. Mini stats. Okay. Okay. Mini stats pop out, disappears after each F10 press. Turn on, off UI. Need to manually, is it manually or no, it's manually toggle it back on after each time. and just say time. Okay. UI, where's the UI issues? Interface elements not working, window positioning problems, interface elements. We'll just say interface elements not working. Okay, perfect. Yeah, this happened after the latest patch. So, Nessie said, yeah, it's not an ordinary bird's nest, but it was really cool. I actually ran into something like, oh, look at that foam, dude. Hold on, can we... Hey, man, that's pretty cool. I can't remember the last time I've seen foam in a video game like that. And it's in exactly the spot where you'd think it would be. You know what I'm saying? Dude, that's actually pretty cool. What I love about this is that this is the worst the water's ever gonna look, because every iteration of the water is it's Unity water, right? So when they come out with the latest patch for this water type, it's gonna look better and better and better and better. It's really cool, dude. It's exciting. Nessie said, dude, look at the scenery. You can press and right click on your name and get mini stats that way too. Maybe if it stays, it will lock it. If so, it is locked. So when I set up my UI, I locked everything. You can press and right click on your name. Okay, let me press on my right name. Reset, scale window. Hold on. Oh, you can enable player versus player here. Oh, pop out stats, like you mean press it here. Yeah, okay, cool. Let me actually try it that way. Now let's see. Nah, it still turns off. Well, it's fine. I'll deal with it for now, but thank you. That's gonna save me some time. Your swimming has increased to 11. Nice. To engage with your audience. What does this do? Okay. All right. We're gonna go buy bags, right? That's what I said I was gonna do? Yes. Ooh, more foam. Oh, did I go the wrong way? Yes, I did. Hold on, let me see if I can parkour. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, yeah, that's how you do it, boys. That's how you do it. Yeah, you saw that. I really look forward to finding like little crevices. Like basically, if you're not supposed to go there, I want to go there. That's why I hope they do not overbalance. I don't want them to overbalance. I don't want them to over... What the heck is the word I'm looking for? So there's balancing. So like balancing classes, da-da-da. But there was something I was going to say right before that, and the word just flew out of my head. But essentially, I don't want them to like overbalance the game. Like it doesn't need to be like super perfect when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like let us cheese it, you know, because that's what I loved about EverQuest. You know, it didn't like hold your hand. Like, yeah, we know that. It wasn't linear. We know that. It was like create your own adventure. But it was also in some ways just kind of like rough around the edges. And it, like, okay, I'll give you guys an example. What is the East Common Lands? No. West Common Lands map. So in West Commonlands. Befallen, right? Yeah, Befallen. Okay. So when you're in Befallen, you are, there's like some keys. You need keys in certain areas, right? And let's say you're grouping with an ogre or a troll and you're a little wood elf, and you go into Befallen in the beginning, like you have a door on the far left and you go through that door, but you need a key, and then there's like a well, and you know, if you fall down the well, you're screwed. Since that door is locked, and I don't know if it's locked from the inside or only for the outside, but I vividly remember getting a train, and then the ogre got stuck in the door, and none of us could run past him because we were like clipping through, like we couldn't clip through him. You know what I mean? There was, you know, the term for when you're running into something. And it was the funniest, most hilarious, scary run ever. We're running for our lives, and this big old ogre can't fit through the door, so all of us are like trying to squeeze through him. And now that I think about it, he probably did it on purpose because he thought it was funny. Some people would say, oh, that's just bad design, you should know that the ogre should fit. No. If anything, here's another example. What's the erudite city? So there's Iridan. There's Iridan. What was it? Come on, Alex Sam. The erudite city. Well, anyways, there's two parts of the Iridan. There's the good side and the evil side. And in the evil side, there's like this well that you can go down or something. It's like called the hole. But if you go down, like take the stairs or something like that, there's some kind of tunnel. There's a tiny opening, and the only way you can get in is if you take a like a shrinking potion, basically. So anyways, I'm saying all this to say, like, they need to embrace the jank, you know? Like, I want things to be polished. I want nice textures. I want classes to feel great. But don't just nerf classes just for the sake of nerfing because, oh, it needs to be perfectly balanced. Some classes are going to be OP in PvP. Tough. It's not a PvP game. Some people are going to want to play specific classes just because they think, oh, this is broken. I mean, maybe it's not broken. Maybe they're just like, I don't know. Just content is king. I think building the game, making the zones, making the stuff, like we'll figure out all the quirks. You know what I mean? If something needs to be nerfed because it's really actually broken, okay, that's fine. That can happen like years down the road. We don't need to worry about that right now. Jank, like, oh my gosh, you can run on the ledge and there's just enough room and it makes you get to another place. Okay, who cares? For the person that finds that, that's a secret, and that's their secret. Let them have it. You know what I mean? It's pay Neil. Thank you, Andrew. Exactly. Like, that should be the focus. You know, like they recently nerfed the archer, and it's like probably for good reason, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't think we need to be that meticulously focused on like every single minutia. Not saying it's not important, but a little jank is good. That's all I'm saying. All right, what are we doing? So right now we have lumberjack pouch. So we need stuff for the bank. So think with your brain, Class&Cool. So rawhide satchel, rawhide pouch, rawhide saddle. What? 2 silver? How much silver do I even have? I only have 2 silver. No, 4 silver actually. Okay. So We're gonna buy 2 satchels. Oh my god, that is hot. Okay, let's go back to the bank. We're officially broke. You can press and right click. So Nessie said, too bad, I love the non-UI traveling you do. Oh man, I appreciate that. And honestly, it's for 2 reasons. One, because the one thing I don't like about live streaming is because if I was editing these videos down, I would make it all cinematic and crazy, and I would like tell a story. That was the goal with this channel originally, but I underestimated how much work that takes. And I hate the word OCD because I don't like to say bad things about myself. Like, I hate negativity, so I don't like to say I have OCD or I have ADHD, or I don't speak curses over myself, you know what I mean? I don't speak negativity over myself. But let's just say I have like this perfectionist mentality, you know? And I was editing a video I made, and it took me 8 hours. And then after 8 hours, I was like, I don't like it. And I deleted the whole thing. And mind you, I've been messing around with Adobe Premiere. I've messed around with Logic or whatever it is on Mac like years ago. Like all these different tools. It's not like I don't know. Like I have the workflow down. I know what I'm doing, but I'm so dissatisfied with the end result, and I'm so bad at saying this looks good enough, just move on, that I waste hours upon hours upon hours. I don't know how like Slayheim, Classic EverQuest, who else edits their YouTube videos. I mean, you guys need to realize how much time they put into this. And actually, pause really quick, because Slayheim, I want to give him a personal shout out. This guy has been interviewing the community. He recently interviewed Secrets, the dev behind Project Quorum. He's interviewed Classic EverQuest. He's interviewed a dozen other YouTubers. I mean, he is really, really putting in the work, man. And if anyone deserves, like, you know, you'll never hear me say like and subscribe. When other people do it, it's totally fine. It's just not for me. But he's the type of person I would actually say you should go like and subscribe his stuff. I mean, hopefully you do it because you like his content, but even if you don't, man, that mad respect for what he's doing to the community. Whether it's EQ, Monsters and Memories, Agilon Online, like, and he's humble, he's easy to listen to. It's just, Slayheim is overall a cool dude. Like, I don't watch streamers, I don't watch YouTubers. Like, I watch content, but I don't like watch people live. I was never into that. But I watch him because he's actually entertaining. So yeah, I highly recommend you guys check him out. But yeah, so I said all that because you said you like it when I turn off the UI. So I do that by design because I want to make this as much like a edited video as possible. Like, even if no one was in the room right now, like if you guys weren't here hanging out, I'd be talking to myself for 3 hours straight. Why is it? Why did you guys see how my fish are just teleporting? Bro. I think the latest patch really broke something. I don't know what happened, but look at that. Yo, it's teleporting. What's happening? All right, we're going to sell some of this stuff too. We don't need the scarab leg. Vontae gave us all these potions. So yeah, man, I'm glad you like it when I turn the UI off. I like it too. And here's the other thing, because there was two phases to what I was trying to say. I also turn off the UI because it makes for good B-roll. Somebody reached out. I don't like saying other people's names unless they give me permission, but somebody reached out and he's like, yo, dude, on Discord, he's like, you mind if I use some of your footage for B-roll? I was like, don't ever freaking ask me that dumb question again. Of course you can use my B-roll. Like, I'm like, yes, absolutely. I didn't call him a dummy, you know, I'm joking. But yeah, like it's also for B-roll, so that if anyone needs B-roll, it's like just rip it, you know, take it. And now it's in 4K, so it's even better. Now, with that said, Monsters and Memories just posted like a 10-minute video of B-roll, and it's got like the view from the top and like the helicopter view and the drone view. Like, yeah, it's really cool. But yeah, I hope one day I can go back to making edited videos, because that's like a huge creative outlet for me. And I wish I could commit more time to doing it. Okay. Yeah, too bad. I love the non-UI traveling you do. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We need that, some of it. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, and we need that, some of it. Nessie said, locked behind an ogre. Yeah, that was... And you see, that's why I started recording these videos, because I'm telling you the story, and it's fun to listen to. But imagine if we can, like, pull all those clips and memories and rewatch it, and just, like, sit back and laugh and enjoy, you know? That's what I want from this, you know, more than anything else. I want to be able to look back at this stuff and be like, those are some good times, man. Those were some good times. Slaying monsters and making memories. All right. We're not gonna do that much fishing right now, so maybe we'll take a break from the fishing just for now. We're gonna save that for our fishing streams. That's right, we're gonna have a dedicated fishing stream now. All right, so lemons, fish bones, scarab, seam ripper, fletching kit, toolkit, right? Is that it? So we don't need anything else, right? Oh, I need to get rid of this grub. Hey, somebody told me that if you remove the backpack... Hold on. Somebody said if you can remove the backpack, you can actually see your quiver. Is that true? Okay, hold on. Let's try this. Okay, so right now we're gonna try it. Let's remove... Dude, what the heck, man? These fish are stalking me. Yeah, I think they should do like a hot patch. They should do a hot patch, because whatever they fixed in that previous patch broke like 6 other things. You guys would just saw me. I put everything away in my bank, and then it all just reappeared in my bank again. That's kind of crazy. That's nuts. Alright, now you guys see it, right? I just put everything away in the bank. I'm gonna walk away from the bank. Back away slowly. Okay, we should be good, right? Okay, good. That was crazy. I lost my train of thought. I don't even know what the heck we were talking about. Alright, sell. Oh, yeah. I remember now. So, geez, fish bones. We don't need that. All right, it's nighttime, so I know it's hard for you guys to see on the stream. So there you go. All right. So let's equip some arrows. Let's remove our backpack, and let's re-equip. Okay. I guess I need an upgraded... It's a trainee's hip quiver. Oh, hip quiver. So I need to get an upgraded hip. I mean, an upgraded hip. No, we don't need that. Not yet, at least. Maybe when I'm, like, old. It's a hip quiver, so I need a back quiver. But yeah, I saw this archer that had his... he was decked out with a quiver in the back, and he's like, I took off my backpack just so I can rock the quiver. And it's like, that's super dope. Super dope. Andrew said pay Neil. Yeah, that was where you have to have the, the potion to shrink yourself down. I love that kind of design, man. That kind of stuff is so cool. Two seconds. Nessie said, like, in City of Mist, you can jump from the balcony to the top if a druid levitates you first. Yeah. Like, Sean was talking about this. And, like, this was, like, maybe a year or two ago. And he was like, I don't know how I feel about levitate because, like, people are going to do this and that. And it's just like, well, duh. I mean, that's what made EverQuest, dude. And honestly, I mean, like, I think Levitate and EverQuest was perfect because, it wasn't, you weren't just like this. You were slowly going down, It's like, if you're concerned about that stuff, you got to design the world around it. You know what I mean? But you need to expect us to cheese things. We are going to cheese things. We are going to do it intentionally. We're going to do it repeatedly, and we're going to do it because it's fun, big difference between cheesing and what's the other word, like bugging or I keep thinking hacking. It's not hacking. There's a word for it. Exploiting. There's a big difference between cheesing and exploiting. Exploiting, yeah. The thing is, cheesing, exploiting, when somebody figures out learns about it and they start doing it, then it becomes widespread. Cheesing is just something, it's like a niche thing. Like, if you know and you do it and it's fun, but it's not something you wake up every time you log in. It's like, I'm just gonna cheese today. It's like, no, you'll probably find the next thing to cheese, or it will expand your creativity to know that, excuse me, this is a living, breathing world, and I'm in their world now. You know what I mean? The world is always pushing back against you. You should have the freedom to push back against it, So, anyways, I forgot where we left off on the levitate thing, but like I remember this conversation like it was yesterday. It was like 2 years ago. Sean was talking about it, and he was like, levitate, we might have to think of something that isn't like EverQuest, because the one in EverQuest would break some stuff. It's like, just give it a shot, man. Give it a shot. Give us levitate, make it similar to EQ, where it slowly reduces your height, you know what I mean? And who knows, you might like it. All right. Nessie said, I have the same thing in the bank. /reload inventory works. Oh. /reload inventory. /reload inventory. Oh, you know what? Let's make a macro for that. So we are going to open up our macros. We're going to do inventory /reload inventory. Okay. /reload inventory. Change icon. Let's make a picture of a bag. Yo, Goblin does such a good job on these icons. Like when I found out that they were going to do hand painted icons, I was so excited because it really does have a specific feel to it. Like some people might think it's insignificant. I think it's a massive, massive thing, because like these icons have an identity to them. And after you put in like 1,000 hours, 5,000 hours, and you've lived with this world for a long time, all of these are going to speak to you in a way. Like everybody knows like a will-o-wisp drops a light stone, right? It's a classic, right? You remember the bags from EverQuest. You remember, what else? Like a fire beetle eye. Like those are permanent. You know, you can close your eyes and you'll remember exactly what it looks like. I can't really say that for other games, really. You know what I mean? Like I don't remember the icons from other games. Something about the hand painted ones really stick with you. All right, let's just do an apple, because why not? So Apple is gonna replace our inventory. We have all of our stuff. Let's sell the resin, actually. I want to get rid of the resin. Yeah, thank you. I think that fixed the issue I was having, dude. I appreciate it. I have the same thing in the bank / reload inventory works. Options, graphics, hide backpacks. Options, graphics, hide. Oh, show backpack only, show cloak only. Oh, that's cool. I mean, hold on. Show cloak only. Let me see what that looks like. Okay, I don't really. This is my cloak. Look, this is how you know I'm a noob. It's basically a freaking scarf. Okay. Hey, that's cool that they added that, you know. Look, I remember conversations where they said they weren't going to do that. They're like, we want to, what you wear is what you wear, and we don't want to, you know, take it away. You know, that's how you know the devs listen, you know. It's some things they will not bend on, and other things they're like, okay, we'll let you have that one. All right. All right, we got all of our gear. We talked about getting some wood, so we'll do that. We have food and water. I have the same thing. Options, graphics. Bob Marley. I'm just going to say Bob Marley. Welcome back, Bob Marley. How do you open all your bags at once like that? B. So I for your person. B for bags. I don't know if it's the same for you, but that's how I have my keybinds. So keybinds. Where is it? Toggle inventory. Wait. Toggle bags. So you see I have it set to B. So that opens all of them at the same time. Opens and closes. And then toggle ability book is right next to that. C is crouch. So I'll go left to right. So Z is crouch because I never use Z, but it comes in handy when you try to get through tight spaces. X is sit. I use that all the time. C is consider. So if I want to con a guard or somebody, I use that all the time. V is my spell book, right? Obviously we use that a lot. B is my bags. So my most important things are right there, like dun, 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 you know? What's N? N is nothing. So O, P, those are skills. This is right below the number pad, so it's inventory. Oh, Y is inspect? I didn't know that. Check this out, y'all. If I run up to Pearl right here, and I hit Y, okay, slow down. That's so cool. So you don't have to like type anything or right click them. You can just hit Y and you can inspect them. And then they can be like, why are you inspecting me? Is it because you're cool? All right, let's get a sew. I already have sew. 20 more minutes of it too. Options, graphics. How do you open all the bag? Nessie said, Bob, it's a keybind. Press escape, keybind, and bind it to B and shift B to close. You can just do B. I don't have to do shift B. What does shift B do for me? Nothing. Okay. Sorry, I don't know why I'm so excited for nothing. So we're gonna get our level back. Yeah, let's go get our level back. I'm so glad I upgraded my PC, dude. So I finally got an AIO, and I was when I used to have, so I had an AMD chip, right? And I still have an AMD chip, but AMD chips run hot. And I used to get like 70 Celsius, 80 Celsius, and it was like just normal, like full high load. And my room was like a sauna, and I'm in Florida, so that's not a good look. Now I have an AIO. Now I'm idling at like what am I idling at? 49 Celsius, which is like a massive improvement. And then when I'm doing nothing, it sometimes goes down to like 36, 38 Celsius, which is, I mean, phenomenal. Bob, it's a keybind. Press escape, keybind and bind XB and shift B to close. Nessie said P99 Brame, it's toggle here. Yeah. That's why I was wondering. I was like, what's shift B? And it's like, okay, P99. Yo, do we have any money? 159. Let's see. Let's roll the dice. Let's see if this guy has anything for us. I haven't shopped at this guy for a minute. So what we got? Sheer warrior pelt. Bat fur. Cracked ironbark staff. What the? Oh, you know what I want to do? I want to get rid of this this pole, man. I want a sword. I'm so done with that. Drake claw. I'm so tempted to buy that and resell it just to see what we get for it. But I'm kind of nervous at the same time. Fire beetle carapace. There's 27 of those. Lumberjack. We might just stick to some armor. But all it has is the cloth. I don't see anything good. We might want to just save our money. Fire beetle legs, 1. Ether, Arboreal journal page. Yeah, we're gonna save our money. I don't see anything over there to buy or resell right now. It's a pretty chill night. I look forward to seeing what they do with the torch. I highly doubt that's the final form of the torch. I remember when it was just a light source and nothing more, and now it's got like a little flame to it. But it looks pretty cool. But I have a feeling it's gonna get even better than that. Alright, so we lost a level. And interrupting shot is level 8, I think. So let's wait, who is that? Who is that? Wiggums. I don't think that's who I was with last time. Okay, he's yellow. I mean, he's white to me. Oh, he's a friar. I can't take him. Oh, Jackal, what are you doing, bro? Oh, poor puppy. Super Jawa said, hello, gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen. It's gentle men and women now, believe it or not. There's been an influx. We have to do our best to scare them away. This is the man cave. Get away. No, I'm just playing. Oh, gosh. I joke. But now it messes me up. I want to always say, you know, yeah, we're gonna do it with the boys, and now I can't say it. I have to say we gotta do it with the boys and girls. I kid. If you're playing Monsters and Memories, you're one of the boys. One of us. Toxic masculinity. Toxic. That is, whoever invented that term is a moron. There's nothing toxic about being masculinity. That's like me saying toxic femininity. It's like, how dare you do feminine things? It's toxic. I don't know. Anyways, speaking of opposite sexes, the models have gotten really nice. I saw some updated ones on the last stream, and the female human actually looked really good. There's something about her eyes just really popped out. It was well done. Super Java said, I'm kidding. What are you kidding about? You don't. Remember what I always say, there's no apologizing is allowed in here. We kid, we joke, we say crazy stuff, and then we, you know, within reason, right? We're not going to hurt anyone's feelings. We're just joking around. Feel free to say what you feel and feel what you say. If that makes sense. I don't think that makes sense. Okay. Super Java said, man, I saw the news about Nick earlier. Okay, before I read anything further, I am going to say a ground rule about that. Anything regarding Nick, let's keep it positive. Let's not speculate, and let's not conspiracy theorize. I'm more than happy to say 1 or 2 words about it, or 10. I don't care. But I made up my mind before starting tonight that we are all here to hang out, relax, and chill. It's inevitably going to get brought up. But if some strange person comes in here and just starts talking mess, I'm going to probably just ban him on the spot. And I'll probably time out anyone that just goes off on a tangent and is saying negative, like evil stuff. You know what I mean? That doesn't apply to you, Super Jawa. I'm saying that for everybody else. So I'm going to read the rest of your message, and I just wanted to preface that before saying anything about anyone at M&M. I have nothing to do with M&M from a dev perspective. I'm an onlooker. I've been following M&M for a very long time now. And that's the disclaimer, right? I said what I said, so now I'll continue. So, man, Super Jawa said, man, I saw the news about Nick earlier, joined the stream an hour after it started, so not sure if you mentioned that. Haven't mentioned it yet, brother. First time. I was waiting for somebody to say something. I knew it would come up sooner or later. Super Jawa said, not looking to gossip or anything, just bummed me out since his streams got me into the game. Yeah. Super Jawa said, 100%. I don't have any comment on it other than it made me as I appreciate the work he's done. That's all. I'll drop it there. Made me sad. Oh, I see what you're saying. Comment on it. Other made me sad as I appreciate the work he's done. That's all. I feel you. I started following Pantheon in 2014 when Brad was still alive. And I had a lot of high hopes for that game. I believed in the vision. I was there through the ups and the downs, and no matter how many downs they had, I stayed by their side and I said, look, I believe in your vision. Like, I'm not going to cope. Like, I'm not going to say, like, this is bad. Like, for example, they had graphical things and then they code things and they had excuses and then they had funding issues. But the way I looked at it is like, this is an indie dev team. They're going to have issues. They're going to have struggles. My job as somebody that is a supporter, not financially, because I was not a financial supporter until like way later, and even then it was like maybe I paid $60 to get into alpha or something. My job as a supporter, if I'm truly a supporter, my job is just to feed the dev team the energy they need to keep going. Similar to how you would motivate a coworker to keep going after a hard week at work, right? So with that said, I've always applied that to other projects like Monsters and Memories. I've been an onlooker. I've had ideas that I've wanted to suggest, and I've stopped myself many times from providing suggestions because I don't want to overwhelm the dev team, because if I do it, then 10 other people are going to do it, and then 100 people are going to do it. Oh, 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 oh. You see that? There, he has a staff. 1, 2, 3, go. And it's too much. It gets to a point where it's too much, right? And I also told myself I wouldn't get emotionally attached to the individual people. I have been watching Sean for the better part of like 4 years, I think. And the only 2 people I watched was Sean and Zukin. And then sometimes I would stop by Goblin's stream. And then recently, when I say recently, I think maybe 8 to 12 months ago, or maybe sooner. I don't know. Let's just assume it's like 8 to 12 months, but I'm off on the date. Nick started streaming, right? And he started streaming a little bit, and I was like, oh man, Nick's the other guy, cool. It was my first time meeting him, and I was like, he's a cool guy, you know. And then all of a sudden, he started streaming like every single day, and I was like, bro, this is awesome. Like, this guy is on here every single day, reading off the updates. Like, cool dude. He kind of giving us the story of how it all started. You know, so now I have Sean to watch, and then I can also watch Nick. So I'm like, dude, this is great. So during that time, obviously, I started to appreciate his content, and I thought it was really, really nice to have yet another dev, because he's not the only dev. There's like half a dozen devs that stream. Warren, great staff. So yeah, it was really, really nice. And when you watch somebody like that all the time on a personal level and they're communicating with you, it's hard not to get emotionally attached. But I remember something that Sean said a few years ago. He said, we are an indie, we're not even an indie development team. We're like a volunteer, like in the truest sense. Some people will leave for several months and take a break from the project. Some people will have to take on more work in the real life job, you know, and they'll have to back away from the project. Some people stop altogether. He basically went over all the scenarios he's already seen, and this was like 2 years ago. He's like, and it's kind of hard, you know what I mean? Some people have part-time schedules. Some people have full-time schedules, you know what I mean? There's some people that were there in the beginning and they're no longer with the project now. We need to understand that one of the things about a volunteer group of people is that no matter what the reason is of why he's no longer with the team, this is to be expected, right? And it's happened before, it's going to happen again. Things will change. The important thing is that the vision cannot change. The vision cannot change. The focus cannot change. The negativity cannot poison the well. And that's our job. Our job is not to poison the well, right? I logged on and I saw people from the MMORPG community hop on the stream. And I'm gonna say it like this. I hate the MMO community. I think they're nasty, disrespectful, toxic, and just pathetic keyboard warriors. That's what I think of them. I don't associate myself with the MMO community, and I think they're a bunch of losers. And I say that, and it really angers me because I hate using the word hate. But, you know, when somebody asks you, hey, please don't do this right now. Please give us space and don't do this right now. Stay in your lane and please don't do this right now. And you intentionally do it, and you start like trying to divide and create rumors and say it's because this guy did it and this guy did it, and you're trying to turn people against them, you're just a nasty human being. That's like evil, you know? And what's sad about it is you do it at a keyboard where nobody can punch you in the nose. That's what really is sad about it. That's why that's why I don't, okay, sorry, I'm getting a little upset. This is why I didn't want to grow this YouTube channel. This is why I don't want 1,000 subs. This is why I don't want a bunch of people here, because sooner or later, I'm going to have to run into these people. And sure, I'm going to have fun like banning them and just like getting rid of them. But I don't want that in my life. You know what I mean? I don't deal with the BS at this stage of my life with people on the street, with people in my family, with anyone. So like to deal with it on the internet, it's like, bro, the only reason you're doing it is because I'm not in front of you right now. There's no way you would pull that if I was face to face with you. So yeah, I don't like these people. I like MMOs. I even like MMO dev teams, but I don't like MMO players. I don't. And if you feel like I'm talking to you, I probably am. But if you feel like, oh, well, I'm an MMO player, that's not what I mean. If you play an MMO, that doesn't mean that's who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people that over the years have become entitled. They're like, we've been burned. The MMO community sucks. All of these indie projects have failed us. And it's like, yeah, okay. So some projects failed. So what? So now you're entitled to be negative and toxic everywhere you go and say the MMO is the community, the MMO genre is dead and every game fails. And I'm going to raise an eyebrow every time somebody says indie. It's like, dude, just let it ride, man. If somebody wants to develop a game, either follow it and support it or don't. Just walk away. You know what I mean? If you hear about a new MMO and you like it, go in and support the people and just watch what they're doing. Don't immediately start putting in your 2 cents like your opinion matters. You know what I mean? When somebody's being genuinely open to you, Pantheon used to be like this. They used to let everybody in. They used to let people hang out, and then I've said this story many times, and then they said enough, because the community felt like they could say anything they want to these devs and get away with it, like they were running the show. You're not running the show. And let me say something. Even when you give them your money, you don't run the show, right? When I go to Starbucks, I pay for my coffee. I ask them to make it the way I want it. They make it. I walk away. But I don't run that store. They can still call the police and trespass me. You know what I mean? Your coffee is insignificant compared to the billions of dollars this corporation makes. Your $500 or $100 or whatever you donated for whichever game you're supporting, that was your choice. It doesn't entitle you. You're not part of the dev team. You're not developing the project. It's being developed by a dev team with their vision. And if you have some kind of idea, then become an alpha tester or a beta tester, or get to know the dev team on a personal level. Maybe they'll even make you like a code designer. Then you can say your 2 cents. But there are people that are so entitled that they think that they have the best idea in the world, that no one's ever thought of it. And that if they don't implement their idea, then all of a sudden the devs are bad and they're evil and all this other stuff. And they get so used to this open relationship that Nick had with his community, that Sean had with his community. And now people want to pick sides between left and right and all this stuff. Dude, let these guys develop the game. Like, the lack of maturity, the lack of self-awareness is so cringe that I genuinely get upset talking about these people because they're lame. These are the people that would get bullied and made fun of in school. And I would be the one to defend them. I'm like, nah, don't bully that dude. And it's like, these are the kids I'd protect in high school. And now they're grown up and entitled and thinking they can go out and bully other people. It's like, you used to be the kid that got bullied in school, man. I defended you. I thought you'd grow up to actually have some cojones and have like integrity. Instead, you grew up to be a bully at your keyboard. Let me take 2 seconds to grab my coffee. Hey, if somebody attacks me, let me know. back. And I apologize. Super Joe was like, I'm sorry, all I did this. Yep, it's all your fault. Look, if anyone spent more than a day watching me, you guys know I go off on tangents sometimes. I'm opinionated, I say what I think, and I do what I say. Right? So, you know, Curious Jackal, perfect timing. I think the net of it is this. I want the very best for Nick. I want the very best for Sean. I want the very best for Zukin. I want the very best for Goblin. I want the very best for ZBrush. I want the very best for every single person that has put in their time, sweat, and tears into this project. There's people that are no longer with the project, and there's people in the future that are no longer going to be with the project. But the one thing that cannot change is the project. The project needs to move forward with or without people. And for that to happen, you got to stay grounded on the vision, and everyone has to be on the same page of what that vision is. And that's it. And our job as a community is to recognize that these are real human beings with families, with jobs of their own. And we've all probably gone through something similar. You know, we've gone through rifts at work. You know, I've worked for corporations where I've made very close friends at work. And I learned that that's sometimes a dangerous thing to do. Because when they are let go or they leave, you know, creates a void in that environment. That's not healthy. Or they're a coworker and they're such an important resource and I depend on them for X and Y and Z and they make my life so much easier, and that overdependence makes it difficult when inevitably, because inevitably everybody leaves, inevitably, you know, that person gets riffed. I'm talking about my personal experience right now. This has nothing to do with them. I'm just giving an analogy right now. So I'm not saying anyone else got riffed. I'm saying my experience with watching somebody get riffed, or maybe they moved on to a new project, and say I was depending on them because, you know, they were helping me with contracts, and something about contracts and getting into legal was very difficult, and they would help me navigate the software I needed to get the contract over to legal, and then get the SOW in there, and, you know, all the, like, literally true story. And then they left, and guess what I had to do? I had to learn to do it myself. I had to find new resources, and the world didn't end. The company didn't crumble and fall apart. Life goes on, you know? But in sensitive times like this, I think why I went off on this tangent in the first place. In sensitive times like this, recognize these are human beings on both sides, the people that stay and the people that go. Be respectful to their privacy. When somebody says, please don't start speculating and doing this and asking questions. If you have a question, please come to me directly. Then just do what they're asking, because you would want the same thing if you were in that situation. And when I saw all the things that people were saying, whether it was on Discord not so much. Discord was chill. I perused through the Discord because I couldn't help myself, and people were being very respectful. But there was a stream that popped up, and no one was talking on the stream. There was no face on the video, but there was a lot of people chatting. And when I read the chat, I was like, yo. And that's why I went off on that whole tangent, because the chat was so toxic, so disrespectful. I'm like, it makes me not want to even, it makes me want to have nothing to do with the MMO community. And maybe it's not fair, because it's not the MMO community. These are individuals that are just toxic by nature. I think Monsters and Memories has one of the best communities on the internet, not just MMOs, but on the internet. People are mature, respectful, of all ages. You know, whether you're 25, 35, or 45, or 75, I've had nothing but good experiences on the M&M Discord. Well, that's pretty much the only place I talk to you guys. The Discord, maybe on my Discord, or maybe on YouTube. I don't go to Reddit. I stopped going to Reddit years ago. I think it's a terrible place. It used to be a cool place where you would just like go get ideas and for projects, or like look at some cool pictures, and now it's just a cesspool of just nonsense. So I don't even go on Reddit. My recommendation, and I know they wouldn't listen because I'm not that. I wouldn't, if I was a game dev, I wouldn't have a Reddit page. Even though that's like, oh, but it's important for, you know, that I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I would keep it simple. If you want to find me, we have a Discord, we have a YouTube, and we have a Twitch. No Reddit. Because, I mean, what's the point of Reddit when you have Discord? I mean, that's like Reddit, but live and a lot more features, you know? Sorry. All right. I'm backing up. I apologize. And you know, frankly, you guys don't have to listen to any of this, right? I know you're not here for that. But I'm here for my own personal reasons. So again, I'm going to have these conversations. Sometimes they're going to make people feel uncomfortable. Sometimes they're going to be like, oh, that totally shifted the vibe. I'm sorry, but I'm not. You know, it's just, if it's on my mind, I'm going to talk about it. So now, I'm not intentionally trying to make anyone uncomfortable, but just to be clear, I'm not going to sit here and police my speech or my thoughts for the sake of other people, right? So, tangent over. I wish Nick the best, and I wish the rest of the M&M team the best. I don't want to talk about them, and, you know, everything will work out. Everything's going to be great. Moving on. All right. I don't have any comment on it other than it made me appreciate the work he's done. Absolutely. Yeah. Did a lot of work. We're going to go back and get the SOW. Oh, what did I just do? The heck? Oh, wrong button. All right. Man, I saw that you're not looking to gossip at 100%. Made me sad, yeah. And as he said, they've been very open about everything, so they have a good reason not to this time, I feel. Yeah, 100%. They've been super open. And honestly, it's not even that they've been open, which they have been. You're absolutely right. I'm not trying to correct you. Who said that? Everything. Oh, Nessie, right? But it's also the fact that they, like when Sean started doing all this, he specifically wanted to involve the community. This whole project started, you know, with his eagerness to involve other people. You know, even the earliest streams when he was interviewing his old coworkers at EverQuest, and he was interviewing other devs that worked at EverQuest, and they would talk about the idea of like, man, an EverQuest, why don't they make games like EverQuest anymore? It was always involving the community, right? So like this Monsters and Memories, the game itself has been developed by the community already as it stands today, you know? So you don't really want to just, like, imagine if Sean came to my YouTube channel and he said, I don't like the way you make your YouTube videos. I don't like the way you talk about Eminem. Keep my name out your mouth. Like, imagine if he did that, right? But he doesn't. So why would I do the same thing to him and his game? You know? I wouldn't. You know, they've shown a lot of grace. They've built this game with the community. They've involved us. They've been transparent. They've written out how much money they've spent of their own money. They have graphs and statistics and notes and updates. That's more than enough transparency. They owe us nothing. They don't need to give us an explanation. They can leave it like this and never say another word about it, and that would be dandy, because it's none of our business. So, Nessie, you're absolutely right. they've been very open about everything, so they have a good reason not to this time, I feel. Exactly. Super Jawa said, now I feel like an asshole for mentioning it. Haha, my bad. I should have thought it'd be a topic we wouldn't want to bring up. Just had a toke. Cheers. I knew it was inevitable. It was going to get brought up. So I'm glad. If anything, I'm glad it was brought up by you and not somebody else. Because I know you, I trust you, and I know that your intention is pure on bringing it up. Like, it genuinely, like, messed with you. Just like for me, when I woke up to that this morning, I was like, oof. And by the way I coped with it or dealt with it is I said, let's pause and let's go back. Let's remember where it all started. Where did this journey start? And why am I here today? What am I trying to get out of Monsters and Memories? And that's what I did for myself. That's why I was able to, like, just tell you stories about how I used to watch Sean's streams in the beginning. Because I remember why I reminded myself of why I'm here, why I'm supporting this project. And, you know, that's also why I mentioned Sean's, how he explained that, you know, it's hard to manage an indie dev team of volunteers because he has no say, he has no power to, like, boss people around or do anything like that because everyone's volunteering and no one is getting paid. I want this guy's sword. I want that scimitar. So yeah, people are gonna come and go. And I had to remind myself that this morning and say everything's gonna be okay. And I'm not gonna try to figure out what happened. Let me continue catching up. So no, you're not an asshole, Super Jawa. Super Jawa said, totally agree, Nessie. That's in reference to, they have a good reason not to be open about this. Totally agree, Nessie. I have zero speculation about what happened or why. Solely just want to give a shout out to Nick after all the hours I've seen him stream. Yeah, respectfully, thank you, Nick, for all you've done. I've watched your streams with great pleasure. I loved watching you go over the updates. I loved, you know, having a conversation and having you take notes on our ideas and recommendations. And as somebody, I think we're like the exact same age. I think he's like 87, 86, something like that. So yeah, you know, mad respect to you, mad respect to your family. I know having a baby is tough. I've got 3 and they're still young, so these are the fun years. Spend as much time as you can with them. That is the #1 recommendation I have for anyone that has little kids. Do not miss out on these years. These are the years that matter the most. I wish I could relive my childhood years of them being 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those are the most precious years. They're nerve-wracking, they're hard, but everything changes, you know, after 5 and then after 10 and then after 15. And I think one of the best eras is the 1 to 5 era because you can truly mold them into the man or woman they're going to be at an early age. You can appreciate all their cuteness and they just love you so much. It's complete, unfiltered, unadulterated love that these beautiful little creatures have for you. So congrats on your baby, man, and spend lots and lots of time with that wonderful bundle of joy. So thank you for everything. I have zero speculation. Super Java said, yep, similar to maintaining an open source project. Right. They come and go. Yeah. Nessie said breach. Oh gosh. Yeah, that was more like ranting. But Andrew said, I feel you, man. I'm too old for the crap. That's pretty much it. Now, I don't like to say I'm old. I don't like to say that because That's why instead of saying I'm too old for this BS, I said something along the lines of I don't do this BS anymore, because I don't feel old, and I think old is subjective. You know, I thought I was old when I was 25, and then there was a time when I thought I was old when I was 15, and yeah. And I think all the young bucks out there, they're gonna remember this when I tell you, just wait until you turn 35 and you're like, wait a minute, I don't feel a day over 25. I hate having this age over my number, and my recommendation is just stop counting. Stop counting your birthdays, dude. I stopped counting when I was 33, and I literally forget how old I am sometimes. You know, sometimes when people ask, I'm just like, I don't know, 33 or something. Now, don't do that if you're being weird. Like, don't walk up to like a 20-year-old and be like, "Oh, how old are you?" "Oh, I'm 25. I'm one of you." Like, okay, that's just creepy and weird. I'm just talking about for like your mental whatever. I feel like it's not only is it okay to just not put emphasis on your number as far as your age is concerned, but it's actually it's like bad for you. Like, you know what I mean? It's like remember how I said I don't like to speak negativity over me, so I don't say stuff like I have OCD or I have this or I don't have that. In the same token, I don't like to say I'm sick. I don't like to say I'm old. I don't like to say, like, not to sound corny, but the closest example I can think of is like law of attraction, which I don't do all that stuff, but there's good principles you can take from everything, right? And the number one principle is actually also in the Bible, is that your words have power. So I'm very, very careful of what words I use when talking about other people. Like, remember earlier I said I don't like the word hate. Hate is a very powerful word. That's essentially like saying you want somebody to die, right? So no matter how upset I get, like what we were talking about earlier, I try my best not to use those kind of words. And in the same token, I try not to say I'm old. I try not to put emphasis on my age, because at the end of the day, it's really subjective, man. You can, there's 65-year-olds I've seen that are in better shape than me. Like, literally better shape. They're built, they're healthy, they wake up at 5:30 in the morning, go running, I'm like, I couldn't keep up with them. You know what I mean? I mean, who's our guy that just passed away, right? Chuck Norris, 86 years old. 86 years old. And he's probably in better shape that he was in better shape than like half of us, right? So he said, I feel I'm too old for that crap. It's like, I agree with you, Andrew. I'm too old for that crap. I'm not about that life anymore. I don't like conflict. I don't like confrontations. It's just not for me, man. It's not for me. I don't have time for it. You know? Like, when was the last time you went to the 7-Eleven or a convenience store and you just started arguing with other people, or like walking up to somebody and just disagreeing? I like this toilet paper. It's 2-ply. And what do you say? No, that's the worst type of toilet paper. You shouldn't get it, and here's why. I'm the Wikipedia page on toilet paper. You know what I mean? That's how a lot of these keyboard warrior Reddit mods / Discord mods act, like entitled, right? But the fact is, like, imagine acting that way in the great outdoors. Oh, well, they never go outdoors, so that explains it. Frozeni. Hey, Frozeni. Solid points. Just try to be a nice human to others. Yeah. No, 100%. I agree. And you know, one thing, remember how I said that there's like 30,000 people in the Discord now? Sometimes people are going to say stuff that we don't agree with. Sometimes people are going to push our buttons, and sometimes it's completely unintentional, and we need to kind of like when you get a text message from somebody and you read it and you're like, oh, that's very disrespectful. Like they said, what are you doing? And in a text message, you can't hear the person's tones. So it's like, what do you mean, what am I doing? What are you doing? And all they wanted to know is like, what are you doing? What are you doing today? How are you? Right? Things can be misinterpreted when reading over the internet. And for people that are coming newly into the M&M Discord and the community, we have to sometimes assume the best about other people, right? Not assume the worst, but intentionally assume the best about people. So if they have a question, just answer it genuinely, be kind. And by the way, the community is great, right? But this is just like a reminder of like with whatever happens, when there's 30,000, 50,000, 100,000 people in a Discord and they're all new players and they don't know what M&M is, remember that they don't know what they don't know, and be respectful and be a guide. Similar to how, I mean, think about how what makes EverQuest great is when you were just starting out, whether it was in the late 90s or the early 2000s, somebody took you under their wing, right? I remember when I started playing, and again, this is a memory I'll never forget. I was in Kelethon. I was Draconis. It's before I had the last name, so now it's Dracos, Draconis. Back then it was Drake. Drake was a level 1, right? Obviously, Wood Elf warrior on the server Tunair. And I logged in for my first time. I still had the old UI where it was like blocked out like this. It was dark and foggy, and I didn't know how to get around. And somebody walked up to me. He's like, hey, are you okay? Do you need help? I'm like, yeah, I kind of don't know what to do. And he was like, type in your keyboard, click on me, and type /follow. I said, okay. And I did that. And I was like, oh, cool, I'm following you now. He's like, okay, now just watch out for the trees. And he would run, and he would look back and check on me. You know? That's how we should be with people coming into the M&M community. We need to show them how to do /follow, and then we need to periodically look back and check on them to make sure that they're still following, you know? Because this is radically different from what people are used to. Modern MMOs, modern games, corporate game development companies have diminished the trust of people, the patience of people, and the attention span of people, you know? And we have to keep that in mind when we're introducing new people to this project, you know? And for their sake, we need to show them the best side of M&M and the community, you know? There's enough jank and stuff that isn't pretty for them to learn about on their own. We need to be the example. And when I say we, I mean you. I'm a terrible example, so sorry. I'm rules for thee and not for me. No, but seriously, like this is an awesome community. Everyone is so nice, and everyone that comes to this channel is nice. It's just amazing how kind people are for Zenny. So you're spot on. You're spot on about the being a nice human. Super Java said the best part is it really isn't that hard. You're absolutely right. It is so much easier to be a nice person. I get so much enjoyment over being kind to people. It literally, like, if I could just walk around, you know, that's why I play a druid. People always ask, why do you like a druid so much? It's because it lets me help people. I get to port people, I get to buff people, I get to power level people. I literally get to do the 3 things that I love more than anything else. That druid fits my playstyle so much. It's not just because it's easier to make money. There's just so much other stuff about the druid that I love. It just fits my personality, you know? And I'm not trying to like glaze myself and say I'm a nice person. Like, no, I mean, obviously I'm nice to the degree that people are nice to me, but I start off nice, you know what I mean? It's very rare that I start off being mean to people. It's typically I start off being nice because it's easy to be nice, and then, you know, just keep being nice because it's mutual respect, you know what I mean? If somebody starts being mean, then it's like, all right, I take off the gloves. Like, I'm from the streets. Boy. Okay, Super Java said, sorry, LOL, I did this. It's all good, man. I know I'm way behind on chat, but Nessie said, gosh darn it, Super Java. Wink face. Super Java said, look what you did, you little jerk. Home Alone. Oh, yeah. I remember that scene. Super Java said, by curious jackal. That was like such a long time ago. I can't believe I'm so far behind. Jeez. Holy crap. I'm so far behind. Well, I'm gonna catch up to the chat and there's gonna be like a new chatter just being like, you're an effing moron. Yeah, it's team bike hero. Yeah, it's team monsters and memories. It's not an individual sport. Yeah, Super Java, you're right. Super Java said, whenever you say SOW, statement of work, do you even think of EQ cell? Yes, I do. Not always though, because my mind kind of does shift. Like when I'm at work, there's so many acronyms. So, I see SOW and I'm in work mode, so I'm not thinking about EverQuest as much. But yeah, you're absolutely right. SOW, Spirit of Wolf, and Statement of Work. And this is, I was really excited to log in today, even with the news, because I had a really rough week, like rough in the sense of like I really pushed myself this week, because no matter, like, I can complain about a million things, but at the end of it, no matter, the complaints don't matter. What matters is like making sure your customer is okay. And that's the one thing I focus on. I was like, how can I make sure that I take care of my customer? So I had one of those weeks where I was like going above and beyond for their sake, even though it was kind of screwing me up. Super Java said, I'm born in 88 and still sparring weekly at the gym. Definitely feeling old. Seriously, don't say that. I don't know what you guys be doing, man. You can't feel old if you were born in 88, 87, or 86. You just can't. I think I know what it is. I'm telling you. It's the mentality of, oh my God, I'm almost 40. And because somebody taught you that 40 is old, your body starts to align with your imagination of what 40 means. 40 is not old. I would even argue 50 is not old. It's all about how you take care of your body and what you put into your body. Let's put a campfire down. I'm saying it jokingly, of course. I know that we're laughing, right? Super Java, but you're not old, dude. Sativa got me yapping, running your bot again. I'm going to pipe down and play some Project Oregon on the other monitor. Nah, you're good, man. Yeah, look, it wouldn't be fun if you weren't talking. I appreciate you hanging out, and it's a lot more fun doing this together. It's a team sport. And Project Oregon is awesome. What level are you? Uh-oh, we got one. No, I'm just kidding. James Thrash said curious. He probably listened in and he was like, what the heck is this guy talking about? It's okay though. Welcome, James. Super Jawa said, what a ishy take on toilet paper. Dad joke mode intensifies. That's funny. Nessie said, totally assume the best. Yeah, always assume the best. Put yourself in somebody else's shoes when they come into a project that they were not familiar with, and just treat others the way you want to be treated, right? Wow. Who would have thought what mom taught us when we were like 4 years old would actually make sense? It's funny how the moms always do that stuff. Like, moms are always like, treat others how you want to be treated. And dads are always like, don't be no punk. Somebody tries to push you down. You just make sure you get back up. I don't know why I gave it a country accent. Like my dad was definitely not country. More. If we want to be lore accurate, he'd be like, Ariak, you need to make sure you know jujitsu, because how you say, when you get the punch and the kick from the other person, you need to make sure that you take him to the ground quickly and turn him into pretzel. Yes, this is how we do it, and it's very nice. You take him like a pretzel, and you dip him in the mustard, and you say, "Game over," or how you kids say. Okay, Dad, whatever that meant. Pretzel, mustard, got it. Jiu-jitsu. I'll make sure to do that, Dad. Good talk. And actually, I don't know if Mom said treat others the way you want to be treated. And Mother, in the Soviet Union, treat others the way government tells you to treat others. Everyone treated the same. Okay, all right. Nessie said communicating well is hard. Even how you think you say something isn't how you say it. Listening to a recording of yourself speaking, that quick. Yeah, dude, the second I start getting fired up like I was earlier, I guarantee I hate listening to it because I hear myself. I'm like, oof, calm down, dude. You sound so aggressive. You sound so negative. You're not getting your point across. This is me re-listening to what I just was talking to you guys about earlier. And I was like, there, you could have communicated that so much better. And you ostracized a huge part of your community. You were offensive and people are going to take it personally. You shouldn't have done that. So, I mean, communicating well is hard to some degree. Look at that. Oh, look at that invisibility. Whoa. I've never seen that invisibility. Did you guys see that? Dude, that's the coolest invisibility thing I've ever seen. Andrew said, well said. James said, nods. Uh-oh, what happened? Andrew said, gotta head out. Take care, brother. Catch you next time. Andrew, no, don't leave. All right, Andrew, have a good one. You're probably already gone, but if you're watching the VOD, I'll see you next time. James Thrash, smiley face, Super Jawa, said, you can ignore my chats, bro. Don't need to read them all. Ha ha ha. No, you're good. Nicey said, yeah, you're not old, Super, but to my kids, you're really old. Yeah. Super Jawa said, yeah, I know I'm not old. A lot of combat sport athletes are retired by my age. That's all I mean. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I wonder what's in these mountains, or what's going to be in these mountains. And I wonder what's going to be behind this sand area, because I don't even think you can make it over there. But give me 2 seconds. back. Looks like it's nighttime again. I want to read something to you guys really quick. I know we moved on from this subject, but let me cue this up. All right, so I know we've moved past this subject, but I will just read it really quick because I knew that it was going to spark up as a discussion. So I kind of wanted to get ahead of it. And here's what I said. Okay, because somebody brought up the situation, right? I said, M&M is entering a really exciting but also very scary phase of development. With 30,000 people in Discord, new Twitch and YouTube channels popping up, Reddit posts, and more eyes on this project than ever, early access is a huge moment, especially for a team that has always been this close to its community. I just want to be on the side of the community that continues rooting for them to succeed. We can't forget how it all started. This was a volunteer project built by passionate nerds who believed in making something special, and at its core, that hasn't changed. More than anything, I want them focused on making the game they believe in and to feel supported mentally and emotionally as more noise, negativity, and random trolls start making their way through the gates. So that was like kind of like my statement to my community. You went you went from hood to country real quick. Man, you already know, dog. Gotta be up in the hood and then you gotta switch it up to country, boys. You already know how we do it down south. Then you say very nice and you switch it up to Borat and you take another sip of your coffee. Very nice. Yeah, so Super Java said to Borat, it's very nice. Nessie said, is your dad Borat? Basically, dude. I was like, dude, you've been here 30 years and you still sound like you're fresh off the boat. I mean, granted, like I was like 4 when I immigrated, so like it's kind of easy to learn the language, but I'm actually fluent in both, so that's pretty cool. That's thanks to my mom though. She gave me a tutor when I was a kid, so I got to. Funny story. I actually used to be an ESOL. I think they call it something else now, but when I was a kid, they called it ESOL, ESOL. I think they changed the name for some reason, but yeah. That's a crazy glow up right there. Super Joe said, yeah, that invisibility was so cool. It was like glass. Yeah, dude. That's what I love about like the fact that that they're developing this game on a modern engine. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Oh crap! 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to time my shots. Super Java said, I only brought it up because, by the way, because this is the only community I chat in, and sometimes Slayheim. Yeah, Slayheim is awesome, dude. Yeah, and I want you guys to feel comfortable talking about this stuff here, you know? I'm not trying to police people and what they say, as long as they're not, like, being a-holes, then I want people to share their thoughts on stuff. Super Joe said, I don't know anyone else in the community. Hey, well, might be a good thing. I mean, think about it. Like, at the end of the day, like, if this game came out in 1999, like, you wouldn't know anyone in the community unless you were playing with them. You know, I think the world has changed a little bit, so now we have access to like all these tools like Discord and Reddit and social media and YouTube, and you know, people are making YouTube videos and guides. Like back then we had like Alakazam. We had Alakazam. We had IRC chat, AOL Instant Messenger. There was another one that's similar to Discord. It was like Forgot what it's called. But yeah, man, there's just so many ways of connecting with the community today, and sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. Sometimes I prefer only to communicate with people in game. Like even if I can get on Discord, I'm like, you know what? It'd probably be better just to like talk in game, in chat. You know, type it all out. Like, not every modern convenience is necessary, you know. Why am I not? Oh, I don't have any ammo. Yeah. I think I need to get my ammo out. That might help. I wonder why it doesn't automatically... crap, it's getting dark. And you guys probably can't see a thing, so let me fix that. Okay, there you go. Hopefully you guys can see it now. Yes, we did it, boys. We're back. We're back in level 8. So we learned our lesson. Don't jump off of a bridge, or don't jump off of cliffs anymore. Super Java said, I've never even spoken in streamer chats before until Slayheim and you. Yeah. It's always kind of awkward, you know what I mean? Because they're like the star of the show, and you're like, you know. I enjoyed talking to you guys. I mean, I kind of treat you guys as if like you're in the game with me, you know what I mean? I don't treat you guys like viewers or like, I don't know, something weird. I treat you guys as like, imagine you were like at my house and you're like, what's this game, Monsters and Memories? I'm like, let me show you. I'm like, cool, can I just sit down and watch? Like, I don't feel like playing, I just want to watch you play. I'm like, cool. So like, the way I talk to you guys is the same way I talk to you if you were just chilling with me, watching me play. Not like a viewer or a supporter or like a member of the community. It's like, nah, just one of the boys in the room checking out EverQuest or Monsters and Memories and just chatting. Yeah. I only brought it up. I don't know anyone else. I've never spoken. Super Java said, yeah, it's crazy. I remember playing Ashran's Call in 99 and just chatting in-game only, for sure. I can't think of a time. I can't think of a time that I've played an MMORPG recently or in the past like 5-10 years where I used voice chat. It's always been text. I think the only time I've used voice chat was like Arc Raiders and maybe like Battlefield. You know what I mean? Because you got to call out your stuff. But something about just typing your stuff out is pretty cool. Oh gosh, my inventory glitched again, I think. Super Java said, yeah, it's crazy. Super Java, okay, I'm actually going to shut up now and enjoy the rest of the stream. Thanks for the open chat. Nah, man, you don't, I mean, here's the thing. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to, but by all means, let's talk as much as you want. People like you make the stream better. Because here's the thing, if you don't talk, I'm going to talk to myself. Like, straight up. Nancy said, I'm 99% in game too. I also like it when shown things or we talk about things in game instead of Googling. Nancy said, grats. I know, right? Level 8. Woohoo. My torch is about to die. Okay, tattered cloth. I hope I'm not the only one that feels the delay and all this. Yeah, something definitely happened with this latest patch. It's definitely getting a little bit buggy. All right, let's make another torch. We'll make 2. Nessie said, I love the little typing indicator that pops up when people in Adralan are typing to you. Oh yeah, that's a nice touch. You're right. Speaking of Adralan, so 2 things. Don't forget, guys, that don't forget, guys, Adralan Online is having a playtest April 1st to April 6th, I think. And Monsters and Memories is having a playtest. Oh my gosh. Look at that armor, dude. Oh my gosh, he's got claws. Hold up. Yo. That's sick. Okay. Hold on. You're definitely going in my screenshot folder. Dang it, stop moving. Boom. Right there. That's sick, dude. She's got the dual claws. She's got the chainmail. She's got like the offset, like green and red, and it's like I love that, you know, because the cool thing about EQ is like you would have to like combine pieces, and sometimes they wouldn't match, but like they still had their own identity to them. And the best part is you guys get to enjoy this in 4K. Yeah, so oh my gosh. Monsters Memories is having a community beta playtest from March 27th till March 30th, starting at 1 p.m. on Friday, March 27th until Monday, March 30th at 1 p.m. So make sure you guys attend. And then as soon as that's over, on April 1st, Adralan Online is having a playtest for 5 days, I think. And I highly recommend you don't miss it because they don't have playtests as often. They have a completely different like development schedule than M&M. So if you don't make it to this one, you probably won't see another playtest from them for quite some time. All right, perfect. So what are we doing now? Let's double check, see if there's any friends on. I feel like nobody's online tonight. Not my friends. Oh, Bargos Pandaran. Tell Panduran. Yo. I hope we can get in a group with Pandaran. I said, yo, Pandaran, guess who's actually free to group tonight? Hee hee. Pandaran said, hey, buddy. I said, it rhymes with whee. Pandaran said, haha, I am in TE with Vontae. Ooh. What's TE? I love T. Nessie said, looks awesome. Yeah, that armor looks awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Awesome blossom with the possum. Whoops. Tell Akir you get to it through shaded dunes. What? Telekir. Zones. Telekir. What's a Telekir? Oh, I've never been to Telekir. Holy moly, I want to go to Telekir. Oh my god. What the heck? Yo, somebody made an amazing map. This is not a spoiler. I want to share this with you guys. Look at this. Oh, wait. Accept. Sorry, I had to accept my group invite. What's TE? Haha, Telekir, you get through shaded. Come join us. Might be a bit low, but should be still get it. Yay! And just like that, we got in a group. Anyways, let me show you what I was looking at. So this, look at this beautiful map, dude. And like, this reminds me of like the old EQ maps. All right, let's get back to it. So how do I get to Shaded Dunes? Okay, so Shaded Dunes. We gotta go to Shaded Dunes. Shaded Dunes. Oops. Shaded Dunes. Okay, I know how to get there. Okay, awesome. All right, let's make sure. All right, guys, let's make sure we got everything we need. We got some arrows. We got some wood. We're running low on wood, but that's okay. We can always mine some. We're running out of food and water, so we're gonna grab some. And we're gonna go get in a group. Let's go. I'm hype. To all the people that say this is an ASMR stream, I said I'm hype. No more ASMR. Wake up. No, it's funny though, because some people are like, I enjoy your streams because when I'm going to sleep at night, everything is consistent. And there's no crazy ups and downs. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Yo, I need to do that someday though. Like I need to make like a super relaxed stream and just talk like this. I'm like, hey there, welcome to the stream. I know it's a late stream, and if you're here to relax, this is for you. You know, you don't have to watch the whole thing. Feel free to just drift away and go to sleep. And like 2 hours in the stream, I should just like scream, bah! And wake them up. Dude, how funny would that be? They'll never come back ever again. They'll be like, bro, I was late to work because of you. Yo, look at this stallion, dude. What the heck? Dude. Oh my gosh, dude. Dude, Zukin and ZBrush, you guys are legends. These guys are amazing. You guys are gifted, talented, incredible people. I swear. These devs are just, they're brilliant. You know what I mean? They're amazing. They're truly talented, and I'm so proud of them. You know, it's just such a good dev team, man. Such a good group of people. I have mad respect for you guys. I remember when I was first learning about this project, I wanted to learn Unity so bad because I wanted to like assist with the dev team. But then like I was like, what am I actually going to contribute to these guys? And like, let's be real. Just let them cook. Actually, what was always a childhood dream for me to get into game development. I remember that's one of the reasons why I learned Photoshop as a kid. I learned C+ as a kid. I was a bit of like a hacker boy when I was a kid. I learned video editing when I was a kid. I learned music production when I was a kid. So I used like Acid Pro and GarageBand and video editing apps. And then I got into music production and sound engineering, video editing, Photoshop. Like the majority of my thumbnails, there's a lot of AI stuff nowadays. A lot of my stuff is still Photoshop. I use AI all the time. I think AI is incredible, but there's some stuff that just looks better when it's handmade. And like the way I watch Suzuki meticulously do all his work, it's incredible, dude. Yeah. Nessie said, I love playing typing. Nessie said, yeah, it looks awesome. Who made that map? Good question. Let me see if they have their name. Because I actually have somebody in my Discord where he was like, hey guys, check out this map. And then it ended up on the wiki. But this is somebody else. This is a map by Chaz Solo. I've heard his name before. So shout out to Chaz Solo for creating this map. It's so pretty, man. Look at the detail on this, guys. Oh crap. What am I doing today? I'm like, I don't know how to do my hotkeys. Nessie said it's really good, so few streamers keep it consistently. Even if they're speaking consistently, they still have alerts or loud stuff on. Oh, for sure. Like a soundboard or like a whole bunch of stuff. So I told my group, I'm almost there, guys. Monte said, Elessar, I'll believe it when I see it. And out of respect for them, I genuinely need to like pay attention, because I'm over here streaming and they're patiently waiting. Hey, let's get some B-roll, folks. Oh, look at the city in the background. Oh, we just missed it. LOL, almost here, my foot, Vante said in the chat. Bro, I'm almost there, literally. I told you. I'm focusing on coming. Honestly, the only reason I stopped was to get water and food. Promise. Pinky promise. Pinky promise with a cherry on top. Dude, I love the view distance, man. You guys see that? Night Harbor in the distance. They're And for anyone new, like, check out that building over there and notice how, like, the textures aren't finalized. They're kind of flat. Just imagine what it's going to look like when it's finished, you know? Work in progress. Everyone look away and do not look at my screen if you don't want to see a spoiler. Do not look at my screen if you don't want to see a spoiler. All right. So here, I'll tell you guys when. Monte said we need to work on your definition of almost. Okay, I'm gonna cover up my screen. Sorry guys. I'm not doing any spoilers here. You guys are gonna have to figure this out on your own. I made a commitment that until 1.0 launches, we're not doing any spoiler content. We're not. Okay. There you go. Sergeant Dodger, the legend, is in the chat, guys. Everyone say hello to Sergeant Dodger. What I said? What's up, Monte? All right, let's turn on the UI and see. And try not to die. Okay, it's going. How are things with you? Sergeant Dodger said. We want spoilers, Sergeant Dodger. Speak for yourself, man. I can't. We'll have plenty of. Do you know how many years we're gonna have? We're gonna have so many years of spoilers once the game fully comes out. B-rolling into a madman. Oh, Nessie, yeah. Check out the B-roll, everyone. Meanwhile, I get chased by a madman in the desert. Levante said, not bad, man. Can't complain for once. Dang, I'm so happy to have you guys here. You guys are amazing. I didn't know Dodger was in here, man. Dodger is one of the people that's been around since day one. And he holds a very special place in my heart. We used to talk about like Star Citizen and the other space game. And we were trying to make a plan to play Baldur's Gate, but then someone very close to me got ill. So that kind of changed the amount of time I had to spend with you guys, but I'm so happy to see you. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Oh. Okay. When is open beta? Open beta? I don't think there's going to be an open beta, Dodger. Early access is coming June 1st, I think, or that's the plan. Am I at the right entrance? Give me 2 seconds. I need a refill. All right, I'm back. All right. Okay, I'll wait here, you guys, but awesome, guys. I'm at the zone line. Am I at the right? We got you, bud. 1 sec. Yes, you are. Okay, cool. All right, perfect. We got you, bud. 1 sec. Yes, you are. I'll wait here and med. Let Gal clear the way for him. Montez, you can pull Pandaran. I think you're tanking fairly well. We definitely have the DPS. I'm not even using the big spells. Okay, so where are they? I can hear them. Oh, jeez. Dang it. Sorry, I thought they were there. All right, let's zone back in. So Dodger said, when is open beta? Oh, crap. I did it again. Bonte said, EA is set for June. Not sure if they plan on open beta or not. Dodger said, did you post something about an open beta soon? Question mark. March 27th. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I really got to figure out how to do macros. All right. Let me try to zone back in now. All right. Okay. Here we go, guys. The fun begins. All right, let's pay attention, folks. Right now, all my attention goes to, this is our first time here. So for the sake of my group, we're gonna follow exactly so we don't pull any additional mobs. Parkour. Parkour. Oh my gosh, these people are so cool. Options. Interface. Show client names, first name, last name. Boom, there we go. I'm so glad we got in a group today, guys. Pandaran. Am I getting XP? Yeah, I'm getting XP. Alright, so tattered cloth pantaloons. Wait, he gave me one AC. Okay. So here's to hoping for magic pants to drop. I could probably make you some enchanted cloth ones, but I need the magic dust for them. Ember said, "Oh, I'll be able to here too. I appreciate it." Emra said, "But I went this long not wearing pants because I'm otherwise just fine." So, is Galilea Vante's female friend? Vante, is that your female friend? Dodger said, actually logged into Quorum earlier for the first time in forever, ran around for like 5 minutes, then camped. Let's see. Dodger said that spell Vontae just cast looked pretty obscene. Yeah, there was one spell I saw him. Oh, see that spell? That looks really cool. Neutral said this is actually starting to look pretty fun on like some Cough other projects. Yeah, I mean, I've played a lot of the Cough projects, but I've had a good time in all of them. I think each one has their own special thing to offer. Like, you just need to find what fits your gaming personality, so to speak. Like, for example, Pantheon, I have 170 hours in Pantheon. When it first went into EA, I really liked it. So, like, each project has something special to offer. Adralan Online, I had a lot of fun in Adralan Online. Look, let me show you guys this. Pantheon. Where does it say how many hours I've played? Oh, okay, there you go. All right, so let me share my screen. So see what it says right there? 185 hours played in Pantheon. So I don't like the current state that it's in, but when it first came out on early access, I had tons of fun. Honestly, what makes a game fun is when there's a lot of people, and back when there was a lot of people playing it, I had a lot of fun grouping with other people, and I hope that when they fix it up come this summer, because they're planning on a lot of changes, I hope that it revitalizes the game. Adralan Online, I think it's very fun in its own way. I hate this. It's very Shire-esque, kind of like, you know, the Shire. And Eminem is like it's like me moving off of EverQuest. It's like my next EverQuest, my next journey adventure. So like Eminem is my forever home. Adralan Online is my vacation home. And then Pantheon is kind of like when I don't know what term I should use for that. So Eminem is my forever home. No. Okay, Eminem is my retirement home. Adralan is my vacation home. And Pantheon is my guest home. It's where I plan on like coming by to visit, basically. But yeah, I mean, I think we're very blessed that we even have these options, that we can have these conversations and be like, which indie MMO project are you interested in? I wanted Ashes of Creation to succeed, just because even though it wasn't for me, I want the people that like that kind of gameplay to have a home. And not try to be like, well, I want Eminem to be like Ashes of Creation. You know what I mean? Oh. Which one? Hold on. /assist. Which one are we attacking? Neutral said this is actually starting to look pretty fun on like some other projects. Fonte said, yes, sir. Galilea is my real life wife. You are so blessed, brother. What an amazing thing to have. Nessie said, I think the wipe in Pantheon will be good. I think so too, man. I honestly think it's the best thing that they could possibly do. Implement all the changes to make the game fun again. and do a fresh wipe. And I'm gonna say this again, I say this every single time. Make it so you can attack NPCs. Make it so you can attack the guards. Make it so you can attack the merchants. I don't understand a reason why you can't attack the NPCs. You know, before Grand Theft Auto came out, when we were kids, I remember wanting to have the freedom to like just attack random people because we were kids and we're like, oh, that would be so funny. And I remember when I experienced it in EverQuest, I was like, yo, this game feels like real life. It's like you can do anything you want. So it's very jarring for me to like play a game like Pantheon and not be able to attack the NPCs. I logged in a couple days ago just to test it to see if they fixed it, and it's still the same thing. I just don't think there's an excuse for it. I can't think of an argument where somebody would say it's a design choice and here's why, you know. But besides that, that's the only gripe I have with Pantheon. Everything else I like about Pantheon. And the reason I can't go back to Pantheon right now, and I'm trying to wait a little bit longer, is because I need more cities. So like right now, M&M has Night Harbor, and it has Phalandraw. So 2 massive cities, a Wood Elf city and a human city already, right? Right now, Pantheon has the Elf city, and then they have the little town next to Thronefast. So what I'm hoping is that by the summertime that they finally open up the gates of Thronefast. Like basically I want to experience the game with at least 1 or 2 major hub cities, because I think after a long adventure or journey, something like this, a group, it feels great coming back to town, going to the bank, selling your goods, chilling by the campfire, hanging out in the inn. I think it's a core experience, and without that experience, it's not an MMO. Like I can put up to it if I'm like testing a game, like when it first came out, but after a certain time, I'm like, okay, I can't really get immersed because there's no city to come home to. You know what I mean? So hopefully they do that by the summertime. Joppa, if you're listening, please make it so I can attack NPCs and open up the gates of Thronefast. And honestly, I think that one change right there, even if they don't have the other cities available, I think having Thronefast will be such a major change to the vibe of the game that they're going to get a lot more regulars, even if the game is still in early access and unfinished. Nessie said, but there is a special connection for me and M&M currently. Its vastness, its mystery, its tingling. Yeah, man, I agree. I mean, look, man, I spent the last 12 years, what is 14 plus 12, yeah, 16, yeah, the past 12 years following Pantheon, ever since they first started talking about it. No, but it's really cool to have all these options, man. Dang, this guy really pulls aggro. That's crazy. An archer really loves to pull aggro. That's crazy. And you know what's funny? While we're talking about other games, you know what the main thing I didn't like about Ashes of Creation? This. You see how I'm zoomed out and I see the back of his head? Ashes of Creation didn't have first-person view, which was so weird and obscure to me. Like, and you know what somebody said? Somebody told me, oh, the reason you can't go into first person is because the game wasn't designed for that. Like literally, it was too hard for them to implement it and design it. Now, it's just a player said that, not a dev. But like, I could understand partially that take, because like you see how you can see your own body. Like, yeah, you have to design the game for that, you know what I mean? But just going into first person view, so that you can you don't have to see your own body. Just make it so that the screen is like all the way zoomed in. And for how beautiful Ashes of Creation was, I was very disappointed that you couldn't do first person view. Besides that, I thought the art style was great. I thought the game was great. I thought some of the combat was great. I was even curious to see what the PvP was going to be like, you know what I mean? Even though I'm not a PvP guy. It's such a huge thing for me because when I was a kid, I remember I used to play in first person view all the time. But there's a special connection. Fonte said, you're practically a rogue with a bow as far as DPS is concerned, so you can't spam skills and not expect to get aggro. No, you're right, dude. I love it. I love the play style of an archer. It does feel like I'm a rogue as far as like DPS is concerned. And like what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to like root them before they run away. So like right now I just pulled some aggro. Now I'm gonna root him and then snare him. That way he can't run away. No, so far Archer is one of my favorite like melee DPS classes. Ooh, a druid. You're practically a rogue. Nessie said, I play classic WoW with my wife and her sister. I don't think I'd manage to get them to play this. Respect to your wife, Fonte. Fonte said, oh, well, thanks. She's a gem, I can assure you. She really is, man. You're truly blessed. Yeah, best practice is to save the immobilized shot for the last 15%. Yeah, exactly. So I love my wife, obviously. She's amazing, but she is not like a gamer, like at all. So, like to be fully transparent, like she doesn't even know that I do this. This is kind of like my own little secret. I don't like to share my hobbies with other people or like my plans, because you know how sometimes like let's say you're talking to a stranger and you're like or like a coworker and you're like, I want to start a business, and they just poop all over your idea, and it taints the idea or the project. So like I learned that it's better not to share everything with everyone. So essentially everything I'm doing here has become my little secret hobby that I don't involve anyone with, which is one of the reasons now you guys know why I like you guys in the chat so much, because we all get to like I get to share something special with y'all. But for the people that I see like Vontae and like Nessie, where you guys are actually playing with your significant other, I really want you to hear what I just said about my situation and recognize how absolutely goated and blessed you are to be able to share that kind of experience. And it's probably easy to get used to it and be like, well, of course my wife plays with it. Like, why would I not play with my wife? You know what I mean? But just know that there's a reality out there where there's people like me that have been married for like 15 years and the significant other has zero interest in this kind of thing. And if you even bring it up, they'll like roll their eyes and be like, okay, weird. Oh, dude, my wife wouldn't call herself a gamer. Yeah, best practice. Vontae said, oh, dude, my wife wouldn't call herself a gamer, but we play M&M and Helldivers together, too. That is so awesome, dude. That is so sick. And just to be fair to my significant other, hold on. We did used to play like some games together, like early on. But I kind of stopped pushing that idea. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh. Hold on. What's happening? Oh, I thought she was in the group with us. I'm tripping, dude. I'm so sorry. I panicked for a second because I thought she was dying. So yeah, man, like I used to play some things with my wife. I think we played like a little bit of Rocket League, and I think she watched me play like Fallout when it first came out, Fallout 3, and I think it was like on the PS4. What else? I can't think of what else it was. But yeah, anyways, cherish that and enjoy it because it's something special. But we play Eminem and Helldivers together. Bonte said, so she's just in denial at this point. Dodger said, you still play Helldivers? Nessie said, totally. Bonte said, yes, sir, sure do. Not near as much as since beta started, though. What is happening right now? Which one are we pulling? Nessie said, haha, I will try to cherish it more than I already do. I mean, I wouldn't know what it's like to be in your shoes, so I don't know if it's something you just get used to casually, or if you know you got a good thing. But it's definitely something nice. Oops. Got a large pull. Dodger said, what server are you in? If we're talking about M&M, then it's just called beta server. But on the main beta test, I'm on RELLE. R-E-L-L-E. Wait, are we not supposed to attack it? Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? Let me turn the gamma down because it's daytime. Oop, 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 oop. Ah. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to have the gamma all the way up. Nessie said, but it's very chill to be with them. We love doing dungeons that we have out leveled, of course, because it's only us three, and we do all the quests and look around. That's awesome, dude. My son is almost 13 years old, and I think I started when I was 11, but it was like a different age because I was doing a lot of gaming on DOS. So like when other people were playing on consoles, I was a PC gamer before it was cool, like putting in the floppy disks, installing, doing the commands and in DOS, you know, to get everything installed, etc. And I learned, you know, I think that's one of the reasons like my generation was really good with computers, and not just like using the computers, but troubleshooting and figuring them out. And so yeah, like when I started playing EverQuest, I was pretty young, like 11 and then 12 and then 13. And this is before games were cool, right? So you didn't like openly talk about, oh, I'm a gamer. Like it's kind of like taboo. but my son is going to be 13 soon. And one of my plans is to get him his first computer. I'm going to help him build it himself. And from there, I want to get him into Monsters and Memories. And funny story. So my son knows about Monsters and Memories, but instead of telling him, oh, this is a video game I play, I told him that I'm part of the development team. So essentially I'm LARPing like a developer to my son. But I'm careful about how I say it. Like, I don't tell him like I'm a dev and like I'm making this game. Like, I tell him that I'm working with the devs, with the dev team for this game we're trying to create that's similar to a game that I played as a kid, just so he doesn't look at it just like a video game, but he looks at it as like, you can do this too, because he's into game development too. When he had his phase with playing Minecraft, I got him into that tool. I forgot what the tool is, but there's a tool where you can make low poly voxel type stuff, and he would create like his own Minecraft characters and all this other stuff. And what I really liked about that tool is that it's similar to like Unity and Photoshop and other things. And I noticed like he's really good at all that stuff. Like he's a master builder when it comes to Legos. He's got an engineering brain. So I can see myself in him like going really far and getting into M&M. So when he turns 13 and I can trust him with his own computer and I can mentor him and you know, show him how to build his first PC, I think it will be a very special father-son time for me and him. Dodger said, darn, try to enter contest. Sorry, Dodger. Created a character, though. Nessie said, I'm sure your son will join. Yeah, man. The thing is, the reason I'm being very careful about this whole gaming thing is because I know what gaming addiction looks like. You know, I know what gaming addiction looks like, and it's not just like, it's equivalent. Gaming addiction can be but it can be equivalent to other addictions. So I don't think it's something to scoff at. And I have 3 of them, 3 kids, and I'm very observant. And I see how they react to certain things. And like my oldest, he reacts towards games in a very specific way that the other ones don't. He gets very passionate, very aggressive, very perfectionist, and very emotional when it comes to games. Like he has this competitive, he's got a win nature, which is good, but it has to be controlled. You know, it has to be healthy. So I made the mistake of when he was a little younger, I'm like, you know, I like games, I'm going to get my son into games. Well, he was very aggressive, I guess I should say. So I had to, over time, kind of taper him down and tell him, like, look, gaming can be really good, it can be really fun, but you can't become this invested and emotional over it to the point where it changes the way you act in the real world, you know? And that's the main reason why I've waited this long before getting him into this, because I feel like with that kind of borderline addictiveness, it can be dangerous to get your kid into something like that, especially when their personalities aren't fully developed. You know, this is just my personal opinion. Like, I know that there's families out there that they game together, they do all this together. Like, this is the culture, this is the personality. But his environment is a little different. So I'm being cautious is all I'm trying to say, you know. But I do want him to do this with me, and I think he's going to do great. Nessie said, I got my oldest into P99 and Quorum 2. It was a blast. We'll buy a sub for him in M&M. Heck yeah, dude. That's awesome. Dodger said, yeah, I'm trying to manage my son with his gaming. He's pretty into it. For sure. I mean, that's all we can do. We're just trying to be good parents. You know what I mean? I don't want to be a gatekeeper. I don't want to keep him from having experiences. But, like, let's be real. When EverQuest was very helpful for me, because between the ages, like, of 11 and 18, let's just say I grew up really quickly. And whenever I would have, like, situations, whether it was depression or something else, EverQuest was there to pull me out of the hole. And once it pulled me out of that hole, it pulled me into a different hole, which was, you know, just wanting to be in the world of Norath all the time instead of in the real world, you know. So when Sony Online Interactive, when they introduced mercenaries and microtransactions, I was very grateful, because that helped me break the addiction. I was like, thank you for introducing the two things that will make me quit any MMO: microtransactions and mercenary NPCs. Ooh, Wizard of Piss, what's up, dude? We got a new chatter. Well, not relatively new, I'm saying, like everyone else. I just saw your name for the first time. So Wizard said, my kids asked to play WoW with me. I'm not sure if they're developed enough for EQ style games. Hey man, you'd be surprised. You know what I always hear people say? Like, I mean, they've been saying this for years. I think even when Pantheon came out, like, the modern generation, they don't understand classic games. They don't understand games like EQ. They don't understand games like Eminem. It's like, who says? A grown man says that the 12-year-old of 26 wouldn't be into this? How do you know that? I was 11. You know what I'm saying? So I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised. I think when you have a game like this that you can easily download, easily install, and easily log in, and we're going to see a new generation of kids that are going to hop in and they're going to just be like, oh, this is something different. This is dope. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, WoW was cool, but this is a whole new experience that I was not expecting to enjoy. And I think that I just quote me on this, right? Clip it, whatever. Give it like 5 years and come back and be like, yo, Class&Cool, what you said about the new generation of kids being into this unknowingly was true. Who would have thought? You know? Wizard said, sorry about the name, I'm a child. Dude, you're good, brother. Your name is awesome. And anyways, I abbreviate names all the time, so I usually just I'd either call you Wizard or Piss. Piss has less syllables, but for somebody that comes in late, they'll be like, oh, why is this guy calling him this? Anyways, Wizard said mine are 9 and 10. Went through a big Fortnite Roblox thing to get into games. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it was that really made him. I think maybe it was Minecraft. I'm just trying to remember what game in particular did I have to kind of taper him off because he was being a little bit too like possessive, and this was probably like when he was like 8 or 9 as well. He's gotten much better with it. You know, I talk to my kids like they're miniature adults. Like, even when it's discipline, I explain why they're being disciplined and what my intention is from the discipline. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to teach them. So, yeah. Anyways, I don't remember what it was. Wizard said, I played EQ at their age, to be fair, but they do not have the discipline for it. That's a good point, actually. Kind of like our OSRS. Yeah, old school RuneScape. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. That's a great example, Wizard. You know, there's plenty of kids playing OSRS, you know? And, yeah. And here's the thing. You know, here's a way of looking at it. Somebody might say, Class&Cool, you don't know what you're talking about, because if kids were into classic MMOs, they would have tried it already. Like they'd be playing Project 1999 or Project Quorum. Yes and no. It's not that kids don't get these games. It's that they're not going to go out of their way to play them, right? If you want to play Project Quorum, you have to go out of your way to play it. You have to find it, you have to learn it, you have to install Quorum and then Zeal, and then you have to go into the ini file and you got to change this and you got to change that. One thing I will say that the modern generation doesn't like is huge inconveniences for the sake of, because they're smart. They know that there's no excuse in 2026 why you can't have an executable for EverQuest to just log in and play the game. You can do that with Turtle WoW, right? With Turtle WoW, you just, it's an emulator, but you literally just open the executable, screen pops up, you hit play game, and you're in the world of Azeroth, right? If EverQuest P99 or Quorum were just as easy to install and play, you would see a new generation of EverQuesters trying it out, because all it takes is for somebody to try it out. But when the border to entry is so difficult, that's what turns off most of the younger folks. Because even though they use devices all the time, they don't, their brains aren't like programming. They're more like tablet brains. They know how to get around a tablet, a phone. They've been on devices their whole life. But the difference is, when we were kids, we were basically like programmers, right? Especially the ones of us that use DOS. You know, we were like writing command prompts at the age of 9. So for us, it's like when somebody says install an emulator and follow these steps, it's pretty straightforward. We're like, oh, I've done this before. I've been doing this since I was a kid, you know? So yeah, you just got to make it easy. Take away any of the roadblocks that it takes to getting into an emulator like Project Quorum, and you're going to see a lot more people wanting to try it. Nessie said, if you hit the bowl, you're a piss wizard. If you ask my wife, some name seems good. That's funny. Nessie said, my son is 18, but I think it's because we've played Ocarina of Time and other old style games with him that made him enjoy EQ, actually. Enjoy EQ, really. That's actually a great way of looking at it, because if you play Ocarina of Time, it even has a similar art style as EverQuest, when you really think about it. I remember playing Ocarina of Time when it first released, around the same time as EverQuest. Dang, I should have bought my level 9 skills. Nessie said, yeah, I was hoping Lantern EQ would bring EQ to many more. Kind of bummed it got canceled. Yeah, me too. I didn't know it got canceled. I thought Lantern was still in production. And apparently, the hero's journey, they just reached a settlement that as long as they hand over all the code and everything to the devs, that they will not have to pay like $2.3 million or something like that in penalties. It's basically kind of like probation. It's like, we'll let you off with a smack on the wrist. Just give away all your drugs or whatever. And if we catch you with it again, then you'll go to jail. You know, that's kind of like what they did. And before we even get into the THJ conversation, I'll be very clear. I'm not on the side of the Daybreak people, but they did the right thing as far as like those THG people were like literally stealing. You know what I mean? It was IP infringement. They were making tens of thousands of dollars. Like, I don't care how fun people think that game was. What they were doing, what they did ruined it for the rest of the EQ community. They're the reason. Because of those people, that's why we can only play 1,200 people in Quorum now. And all the other emulators that probably got canceled. So no matter how much people think they had fun in the hero's journey, it cost the emulator. At what cost? You know, you can't just say Daybreak bad. You got to be like, okay, Daybreak bad, but what would you do in their situation if... Anyways, sorry, big tangent, but, you know, I'm just painting some context so nobody is surprised. It's like, oh, you're on the side of Daybreak. It's like, no, I'm on the side of common sense. Yeah, I was hoping Lantern EQ to bring EQ to many more. Kind of bummed it got canceled. Here's the thing, though. If you're not making money off of it, and somebody like Daybreak says, no, you can't do it, and they're not taking care of the IP, I say do it anyways and just host it in another country. Like, straight up, sorry. Look, I respect intellectual property, right? I don't need to respect what a game dev company does with an IP that I grew up with. I can be in complete disagreement. I can say I'm not a fan, and I can say respectfully, emulation is not harming anyone. And I would say, if they say, I don't want you to do it, I'd say respectfully, I'm going to do it anyways. I'm not hurting anyone. I'm not stealing your player base. I'm not charging money. I'm not making money. I just want to, it's like the Stop Killing Games movement. You know what I mean? I think if you're doing it genuinely and nicely, then there's no harm in it. And I think if you have a very, like, what do you call it? Toxic company that just says, no matter what, we're going to keep destroying this IP and we're not going to let you emulate it so you can relive the 90s or early 2000s, then I say just do it anyways and host the server in another country where they can't get you. Now, okay. I mean, I'm grateful for some of the people at Daybreak. I think some of them are still passionate about EQ, and anyone that plays EQ Live is part of a specific community, and it's a different type of EQ player. There's different types of EQ players. I've always said this. So, like, there's the classic EQ players that like want P99 and they don't want anything besides classic. There's the emulator community guys, so they like Luclin, Luclin, Planes of Power. They like to box, and they like to do this, and they like to do that. There's the EQ Live player, right? Which likes the mercenaries and the microtransactions and building, housing, whatever. Then there's people like me, casual EQ players. We grew up with EQ. We stopped playing when it stopped being fun around 2006. And now we have fond memories of it because we remember that there's a distinct gameplay style, but we're not going to go out our way and play something if it's too complicated. I think there's a lot of people like me that don't play EQ that are going to be really excited to come back to M&M. Because there's no way that I was the only 11-year-old that was playing EQ and then stopped playing for years and have no like desire to go back to EQ Live. You know what I mean? Like, I'm an ultra casual EQ player. I don't think I've ever had a level 60. Even though I've played on and off for 25 years, I don't think I have a single level 60. I've never done a raid, nothing. So, anyways, I'm going to go back a little bit. Wizard said, our brains just develop around mature games because PCs weren't easily accessible, so they were just making games for themselves, not for kids. 100%. You're super right. I mean, I remember playing Duke Nukem when I was like 8. I played Doom, I played Wolfenstein, I played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. I mean, dude, even when we were playing like Warcraft 2, you remember when we would kill the peons ready to work? They would be all bloody and gushy. Like we had some great memories, and it's not all of them were PG. StarCraft was crazy, So that's another thing. We grew up with the RTS genre, real-time strategy games. Think of it this way. What other generation can you think of that grew up with real-time strategy games being like prominent? I can't think of like what generation from 2010, 2015, 2020. I literally can't think of another generation besides ours being like the last generation in the glory days of Command and Conquer, Red Alert, Warcraft 1, 2, and 3, all the other ones. Because role-playing RTS games never really made a comeback like that. So our brains just developed around mature games because PCs weren't easily accessible, so they were just making games for themselves, not for kids. Now everything is made for everyone with no barrier to entry. There's a big gray area which seems to be a gap that's slowly closing. I'm liking the direction gaming is going, even though most is grim. The grim is good for us in the long run. Yeah, you're right. That's a very... Wizard, you're 100% right. Dodger said signed up for the opt-in for beta. Sweet, dude. That's exciting. Alright guys, gotta turn the gamma back up because I know that anyone that's watching from a phone or TV, it's hard to see. We're almost at level 9. Wante said, more power to them, but EQ Live is not for me. Oh, heck no, yeah. I can't. I literally can't. I tried logging in. I tried trying it because I'm like, well, you know, it's still EverQuest, right? I mean, and you can just log in and play. You don't need to do an emulator. You don't need to do anything fancy. And it does not feel like EverQuest. It doesn't feel like EverQuest, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's like, I get it. You see what you think is EverQuest, and everything looks familiar, but it doesn't feel like EverQuest. I can't play EQ Live. The vibe is just not there. I mean, so many people. Remember when Sean was talking about like what they should do is just make a remake of the trilogy and just like reskin it and do like WoW Classic. That video got like 25,000 views on my channel. By far the most viewed channel I have. I mean, the most viewed video I have. And everyone in the comment section was saying the same thing. Like, true. Yes, 100%. Like, why don't they do this? This is exactly it, you know? And the fact is, they could literally they could outsource most of the work. I think the hardest part is not even going to be reskinning it, is they need to port the code to a new engine like Unity, not specifically Unity, but they need to get that code and free it from the way it was made. That is the biggest barrier. Like, look at World of Warcraft, you know what I mean? Look how much they've been able to like upgrade and change things. Because, I mean, I would assume that their code was written slightly better than the likes of EverQuest, you know? But yeah, they really should make a remake, and they would make money hand over fist. They would make so much money. It's actually crazy how much money they would make. Because like I said, it would reintroduce so many generations of EQ people. It would bring in the EQ emulator community. It would bring in the EQ casual community. It would obviously bring in the EQ live and disenfranchised community. I mean, even if it's like, I think they would make their money back from development in Olgruk said 5 more minutes. Dang it. People are already saying they want to log off. This is why I'm going to need to play on the West Coast servers. Bonte said, more power to them, but EQ Live is not for me. Bonte said, and Dark Pause over game design strategies are not fun for me. Yeah, I don't like anything that they do, to be fair. I'm trying to be like nice, you know what I mean? Like everything I say here is permanent and it can, you know, get clipped. I think I've been very fair in my assessment of them. Nothing I say is a lie when it comes to what they do or don't do. So I think it's totally fair to say a lot of people don't like what you're doing, and for the people that like it, great. They have every right to like it. I think that's totally fine. I don't know. I try to be nice when it comes to this stuff, unless it's like genuinely bad game devs like need to be told that their game sucks, because one of the worst things about modern games is that people try to like patronize or pander or whatever you want to call it to these especially the AAA games that are creating slop games, and like you're supposed to be nice about it. It's like, no, you're intentionally making a crappy game that nobody wanted to play. Your game deserves to fail. Like, I'm sorry, this is not how it works. You know what I mean? You don't just get to make a bad product and say, but you have to like it. No, I'm not gonna just like something because you say I should. Well, this is the game of the future, or this is the modern gamer game. It's like, bro, you can call it whatever you want. Your game is trash. Like, there is a place for that kind of dialogue. I don't think Daybreak is trash, right? I think that part of them is actually trying, but because they're a corporate entity and they have to maintain, you know, their shareholders or whoever stakeholders' money desires, they have to do what's in the best interest of making them more money. Okay, hold on. People are leaving. Panel on Vis Olgruk and we can head out. Oops. Alright, so I gotta focus. So we're leaving. Wante, we good? Okay, so they're leaving. Look at the invis, man. The invis looks so dope. Dark Horse game. Okay, Nessie said, I think it was THJ that made Lantern EQ back out. Oh, whoa. I think it was the hero's journey that made Lantern EQ back out. They were far along in making EQ client in Unity and far in... Shoot. Okay, hold on. A lot of stuff is happening. 1 second. We got action, boys. Bro, why am I not attacking? Am I out of arrows? No, I'm not. I need to move my chat so it's over here and not over here, because it's super awkward to turn my head like this to read the chat every time. Whoa. So Nessie said, I think it was the hero's journey that made Lantern EQ back out. They were far along at making an EQ client in Unity and far in back-end development too, but I not wanting to put thousands of hours into something that can get cancelled. No, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Vanze said, I agree, Nessie. Wizard said even PS1 games were brutal. True. 100%. Dodger said one thing is that most games weren't the dopamine factories they are today. Vontae said 100% Dodger. Yeah, you're right. Wizard said, yeah, I played EQ when I was like 11, played mega casual for a while. I quit before the first expansion and never played again, but it was definitely memorable for sure. Okay, wait. So would be great, thanks. Anyone needs so? Oops. All right, 1 second, guys. Quick bio. Alrighty, I'm back. Alright, let's get to it. Alright, let's see here. Let me get situated. All right. Oh, I'm rooted. Dodger said, "Are you stream sniping Vontae?" Yeah. Vontae said, "I love to troll him every chance I get." Hey man, if this is what you call trolling, then I love it. Ooh, I think I just got a new cloak. Did I get a new cloak? Rawhide cloak. Tattered rawhide. No, I didn't. Okay, it's not new. I'm gonna pick up all the meat. Alright. He said BRB 1 sec. This will give me a chance to get organized. So let's move everything over. Perfect. Okay. Vontae said, "I love to troll him every chance I get." Yeah. His idea of trolling me is hooking me up with like sick gear. Like this recurve bow, 8 damage, 37 delay. This has been like a godsend. Thank you, Vontae. You're a Chad. Plus all the other stuff that you hooked me up with. Alright, let's see here. Wizard said, "I've been playing WoW literally since 2004. I learned to separate retail into a completely different idea. I look at it more like Diablo now, and I enjoy it a lot for that fix now, just different." Yeah, actually I want to answer that. I just want to answer NM. So how's it possible to play right now? So NM, to answer your question, 2 ways. One, some of the alpha testers got beta access automatically, so I was a closed alpha tester, so I helped test the game back when you couldn't stream it, you couldn't do anything, and like I would play it occasionally, but mainly just to test it. So like I wouldn't play it every day. Like I didn't want to. I just wanted to test it and help the devs. So I got into beta that way. The other way is that they gave everyone the opportunity to opt into beta. So if you go on their website, and I think one of my news updates or whatever has like a link that you can click to opt into beta, and then every week since March 1st, is it March? What month are we in? We're in March. Every week they've been letting in 200 people randomly selected. So if you got randomly selected from a beta that you opted into, that's how you can get in and play. The other way you can play is to wait until early access comes out in June. But Wizard, what you were saying about WoW is spot on. Like honestly, mad respect to Blizzard, because they've kept the game alive as long as they did. You know, like there's certainly things that are different about WoW that I'm sure, like, you know, you have Classic, which is awesome, and then you have Modern WoW, which in some ways there's people that like Modern WoW and there's some people that only play Classic. But the fact that you have 2 options, you know, just you can't argue that they did a good job. You know what I mean? It could be way worse. They're still like the #1 MMO for all these years. You know. Now, the reason I don't play WoW mainly is because I'm not really interested in a linear game experience. Like, I would rather not play any MMO at all. But that's just me. Alright, we're gonna hit him with the spelling shot. Then we're gonna hit him with snaring shot. And then we're gonna wait. Oh, interrupting shot. I just interrupted his heal. Oh, we did it, boys. That's what's up. Wizard said, yeah, at my age, I'm now excited to branch off into a slower paced game. I miss earning stuff. Yeah, I feel you. Man, this is dope. Nessie said, "Grats, thank you." Thank you guys for hanging out. This has been a very good night for me. You know, like, considering everything that we found out about today, I was like, this is a perfect day for me to just go and enjoy an adventure in Monsters and Memories. Because that's one of the beautiful things about games like EverQuest and games like Monsters and Memories is that it really captures that classic escapism that we had access to as kids. You know? Like, this does such a good job of pulling you out of anything else that might be going on in the world and just being like, all right, I'm locked in. I'm chilling with my boys. I'm locked into this game and nothing else matters. So, and the more we close this gap, so like we're closing the gap right now and they're level 13 and I'm level 9, I can already tell that I'm getting more XP. Nice. Wizard said, so what happened with Nick? Has anything been figured out? I watched his stream a lot. Made me sad today. I'd like to know what happened. So basically, I talked a little bit about it earlier, and what I basically said to everyone is nobody knows anything, so there's nothing really to talk about. All that matters is that whatever happened, happened. Since there's zero context, I think the mature thing to do is just to say, I hope he's okay, and I hope Eminem and everyone is okay. You know, we can't speculate on what did or didn't happen. I don't think that's appropriate. But I agree with you. I mean, he spent a lot of time streaming. I mean, before a couple of like a year ago, he wasn't streaming at all, and then out of nowhere he started streaming almost every day. And you know, he has his own community, so he was able to bring new faces to Eminem. So it's definitely sad to see, but I think this is normal in game development. It's normal in any job, in any career, in any scenario. Just changes happen, and you just keep going, you know. So EKT said, just tuned in, got instant Black Burrow vibes on this. Oh my gosh, you're right. You're absolutely right. This does feel like Black Burrow. Even the walls and the way they're painted. That's funny. Nessie said, yeah, just log in the game, no knowing where the adventure will go. Heck, that's that. And think about how funny it is, because our adventure started with me falling off of a cliff, dying and de-leveling. And that gave us the opportunity to have that long conversation. So Wizard, by the way, I talked about this earlier. That's why I'm kind of like brushing through this, because I went off on a tangent and a rant on this whole subject. And it's not what you think. Like, I wasn't talking about Nick or the team. I went off on a tangent talking about some of the community that was blowing it out of proportion and basically putting their nose in places they shouldn't. So I said some very brutal things. So if you rewatch the VOD, you'll hear my tangent. But essentially, yeah, the reason I'm not talking about it too much anymore is because I've already exhausted everything I wanted to say about that subject. So if I feel like I'm being standoffish, it's not towards you. It's just I literally went off on that already. You know, I just think like there's certain times when we need to kind of stand, like stay in our place, or I don't know. Like when somebody asks you, hey, please don't do this for the respect of X, Y, and Z, it's like you kind of just have to say, yeah, okay, that's the right thing to do. But I'm not saying that about you. I'm saying that in general, because there's some people that just kept crossing the line. Anyways, Wizard said, I felt invested in the game through him almost because I had no idea about it until I saw him going at it. He seemed so passionate about the project, but yeah, totally agree. It is what it is. No, I feel you, LOL. No, yeah, 100%. And here's the thing, especially when it comes to games like this, we're not dealing with a corporation. We're not dealing with like a massive dev team. Like Ashes of Creation, for example, had 250 devs. So it was really hard to get invested on an individual level with them. You know what I'm saying? With Eminem, it's like some people are attracted to Eminem because of Zukin. Other people like Sean. Other people found out, like for me, I learned about Eminem through Sean and his streams. Other people recently found out about Eminem through Nick. Other people follow ZBrushed. Other people follow Goblin, right? So like you form almost these little cliques. Like I found out about Eminem through this person, and you get an emotional connection towards the game through that person. So I 100% understand where you're coming from, and especially for you and people like you that watched his streams, found out about the game through his streams, communicated with him in Discord and streams, loved to have that connection to the game through him. For you to lose that, it's like you're losing a part of the game, right? So I think it's important to recognize that. It's easy for me to say we just got to move on and focus on the vision, but I 100% understand where you're coming from. And it's not, there's definitely got to be a bit of coping, you know what I mean, for lack of a better term, of, yeah, this is going to sting, you know what I'm saying? So I'm 100% with you, Wizard. So don't think I'm brushing you off. Like I said, I was already on a tangent about it earlier. So I definitely want to acknowledge where you're coming from, because I agree with you. Like, it's like when Brad McQuaid died, right? I'm not comparing that to what happened to Nick, so just to be clear, but I'm using that as an example of when Brad passed. First of all, that was completely different because that was like a legend, my childhood hero basically, that passed away. I think it was like the first time I cried in like 15 years. I was like genuinely sad. I'm like, well, I'm crying over a game dev. Like when Brad passed, it was crazy. My wife was like, "Are you okay? What happened?" And I was like, the creator of EverQuest, that game I told you about, died. He passed away. And she was like, she was respectful about it, so I'm not gonna put anything in her mouth. That's not what I meant to say. I'm not gonna put words in her mouth. But you know, she was kind of like taken aback, like, you're crying over a game dev. Okay, well, it must have been very important to you. But you know, when you have that connection through that person to a virtual world, that's very important, you know. So Wizard said, yeah, I've been fortunate to have wisdom and understanding. No worries. Don't even get me started on that, bro. Ashes, yeah. Ashes was interesting. I hope something comes out of that. Like, I know there's a 99.9% chance like it's gone forever, but I'm curious to know if there's a parallel reality where someone somewhere salvages all that work that those individual devs did and brings it back to life. Kind of like Hightail. Remember, I mean, something similar happened to Hightail, you know, because they partnered with that huge development team. The Hightail team was basically getting pushed around by these AAA devs because they thought they were so much smarter than the Hightail people. The Hightail people ended up walking away. And then the people that took over the Hightail IP, they sold it back to the original Hightail devs, and now it's in early access and it's super successful, you know? So I think there's always hope for things to be resurrected. I also believe that relationships can be mended, and you know, I think positivity is the most important thing, and we as a community, our job is to just support each other, you know, and not pick sides. So I'm, with how much fun we're having right now in M&M, I think we'll be okay. But you know, as far as Ashes is concerned, I hope that somebody resurrects it one day. It would be nice to see that happen. One thing I think they could do better is increase / improve the loot tables in this dungeon. But I think that's an overall thing they'll improve over time. Not just here, but everywhere. And one reality check for everyone, like M&M is a long way from being completed. I did math, yeah, believe it or not. Class&Cool did math, but I did math based on my own opinion and not anything the devs said. But I'm thinking if they come out in June, early access comes out in June, and they have 12 races and potentially 13 races if we count for Lizardmen, and that's 12 to 13 starting cities, and we have 2 starting cities right now, and they plan to release cities and races in modules every few months. I calculated that they would, I'll tell you what my math was. My personal opinion is 2+ years depending on funding. In extreme case, 3 years depending on scope versus funding. None of this is their words, just my imagination. I think if we're being realistic, it's going to be 2 years in early access at least. For perspective, when EQ launched pre-Kunark / Vilius in 1999, there were 12 starter cities. Human Freeport, Human Kinos, Barbarian Hallis, Erudite Eridan, High Elf Felwith, Wood Elf Kelothan, Dark Elf Neriak, Dwarf Kaladin, Gnome Aknon, Halfling River Vale, Troll Grob, and Ogre Uguk. M&M currently has 7 playable races with a planned roster of 13 if you count Lizardmen. There are 2 starter cities right now, so if EA launches in June, they would have to release a module with 2 starter cities and with their starter areas, quests, items, etc. Assuming 1 racial city per race and a target of 13 total racial cities, they'd need 6 modules after early access, starting with 2 cities in June 2026. They'd have 11 left to add, and at 2 cities per module, that comes to 5.5, so you round up to 6 modules total, which would mean releasing roughly 1 module every 4 months to hit 1.0 by June 2028. So that's just like the logic I used for my math. So realistically, they would need to be in early access for 2 years before a 1.0 launch, and if what I would call 1.0 launch in my viewpoint, not in theirs. For me, 1.0 is when all the cities are available, all the races are available, just like when EverQuest launched in 1999. Like obviously pre lizard people, you know what I mean? But all of the original, what do you call it? Otis and Tonica and Fadeware. That's what I mean by the original continents. And that's when I'm gonna start playing like all in. Like I already said, I'm not going all in until 1.0 launches, and because for me personally, the world will truly feel alive when everyone starts in their own racial city. When I can run to the ogre city and I can get attacked by the guards. You know, when you can play a deep elf and you try to sneak into a human city and you get attacked by the guards. When the world has that tension and racial conflict, like that's what I can't wait for. That's when the game truly feels alive to me. I really gotta get a new... I need to get a new melee weapon, man, for real, for real. This is... Good night, Dodger. See you, bud. Dodger, good night, brother. I gotta scroll up to see this. Yeah, just log in the game. Wizard said, I felt invested. Ashes. Wizard said, I learned to invest money. Oh my gosh. Sorry guys, I'm trying to make sure that he doesn't cast a heal on himself, and then I'm going to interrupt the heal as soon as he casts it. Come on. Okay, I just interrupted the shot, but I should have interrupted his heal. It's fine, we got it. Dodger said, night all, hope I get to see you on the 27th. 100% brother, we love you. I hope you have a great night. Good night. And I'm really glad you got to be here tonight, Dodger. We love you, bro. Wizard said, I learned not to invest any money into any Kickstarter or Steam early access. Yeah, that's the best way to do it, you know? I mean, if you want to support somebody and like help them, like for example, I look at M&M differently than I do even at Pantheon. You know what I mean? Even though Pantheon is an indie team, you know what I mean? Ashes, you can't really say they were indie. Like, they had 250 employees working in California. It's not cheap to be an IT. Holy crap! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! What the heck happened? What do we do? What do we do? I hope she's okay. We're all just like looking at, what do we do now? This is so funny. Where's my torch, bro? Like, I literally just made a torch and it's... So, I can't... I don't understand. So what's happening? I'm making all these torches and where are they going? Oh my gosh, dude. Inventory. So I just made like 4 torches and they're nowhere to be found. That's kind of crazy. Okay. Sorry guys, I just got super distracted. Yeah, I just made like 3 or 4 torches and they didn't end up in my inventory. That's why I just reloaded everything. I learned not to invest my money in Kickstarter in like 2014. Dodger said goodnight. Bonte said goodnight, Dodger. Good to see you, bud. Bonte said, man, I can't wait to try a deep character. Yeah, like deep elf or deep dwarf. I'm actually excited to see the dwarfs, dude. The storm dwarf idea is very interesting. Definitely not something I've seen before. Okay, this is crazy. Vontae is getting hit for some real damage. Make sure you can heal yourself, brother. I'm tempted to bandage it. There you go. Pull it on me. Okay, nice. Reload inventory. That's what I did, man. I don't understand what's going on, Nessie. I made a hotkey for it. A macro, I mean. Let me see. I hate to say it, guys, but the latest patch broke a lot of stuff, man. I'm just full transparency. I mean, I'm sure I'm sure people that are involved in bug reporting have already let them know, but this is substantially less smooth than it was a few weeks ago. I mean, unless somebody wants to tell me it's just me. If it's just me, then I take it back, but let me bandage Fonte. I've been debating, but what do we do? What do we do? Creates a torch, Nessie. that is kind of funny. We get. What do you do when you get anxious? When you just pulled the whole zone? Craft something. Nessie says reload inventory. Blah blah blah. Maybe you have to do a hard reload. Yeah, I tried both. Try it one more time. Reload. Yeah. Oh, well, one of my torches appeared. Now, wonder where the other 4 are. I've been debating on streaming to meet people in the community to play with, etc. All the other people I played with those games with have passed, or I lost contact with them. All right, hold on 1 sec, 2 seconds. All right, I'm back. I actually had to turn my coffee maker back on because it turned off. So my coffee is going to heat up before I refill it. So Wizard said, I've been debating on streaming to meet people in the community to play with, etc. All the people I played those games with have passed and I lost contact with them. Hey, dude, that wasn't the reason why I started doing this, but that's 100% what happened. You know, like I give somebody said like, what advice would you give to new streamers? And I said, build a community, because like I'm not doing this for viewers, I'm not doing this for subscribers, I'm not doing this for likes. I've already told the story. I'm doing this so I can document my EverQuest experience. And then I started playing Monsters and Memories and Pantheon, and it's kind of evolved into this where now I'm documenting my M&M experience so that like 10 years down the road I have all these memories, right? Because it's a lot easier to live stream because you don't have to edit anything, you don't have to upload anything, you don't have to do anything. You can just hit live and it automatically gets uploaded to the cloud, right? With that said, I inadvertently built a community, which you guys built the community. You guys are the ones that chose to click on the video and join me and get to know me, and I got to get to know you, and we're communicating and hanging out, and now we're playing together, right? So like, there's two aspects of this. If you want to do this to like become a streamer, the thing I tell people is like, focus more on building a community and not on like how to be some like entertaining joker, you know what I mean? But for what you just said, like, yeah, I'm debating on if I should do this so I can start a community. That's 100% the best way to do it. Because you will meet a lot of people, and they're gonna want to play with you. They're gonna want to, you know, group with you, hang out with you. So Wizard, you're, yeah, man. I think it's a really good way. Like if you truly do it for that reason, and you're not like, so like I don't know who's watching right now. I don't check. I never look and see how many viewers I have, because again, if no one was watching right now, and if you guys weren't in the chat, I'd be talking to myself this whole time. Right, because my form, the content I'm creating it for myself. But like I said, inadvertently, this community organically formed, and now I have friends like Vontae, I have friends like Dodger, Luke. I'm afraid to miss names, right? So let's just say those are the three examples, just for the sake of the example. But if I didn't see your name, it doesn't mean anything, right? And now I have Wizard here, right? So it's a great way of building a community. But also, you don't need to. You can literally just go into M&M and like ask for help or help somebody else, and you organically meet people, right? Connect with them afterwards, after grouping, add them to your friend list, add them to Discord. I think it's so easy. Even in today's day and age where you think people aren't social, people are social. And what's cool about M&M, it's not designed like not to knock Pantheon, but Pantheon is like, we're designing this game to be social. I think that's the wrong way of doing it. I don't think you should design a game to be social. You should just design a good game, and it will become organically social, depending on how much you depend on each other, like interdependency between classes. You know, how the dungeons have so many mobs that like it would be difficult for you to traverse or solo them. You shouldn't intentionally make it so like, oh, according to this chevron, this is a group mob. Like, don't do that, right? So I say all that to say that M&M is already very easy for you to connect with other players. You can certainly solo. You don't need a group. But you know, look how much progress we're making in a group right now. You know, I get to hang out with these great people. We get to share loot. We get to chat, and et cetera, et cetera. So Wizard said, I've played D&D since I was a kid, made my first character at 10 with my friend's dad and his brothers. Couldn't get enough of fantasy and enchantment after that. I've never actually played D&D, but I've been into fantasy and D&D manuals and all that other stuff for the longest. Oops, I could barely see the chat in /say. Just realized it's because Galilea can't see the chat. Sorry guys, I'm the fact that I'm even like awake is crazy right now. Okay, here we go. All right, so we're gonna talk in normal chat from now on so that Galilea can see us. So yeah, man, I used to read fantasy books when I was a kid. I mean, everything, dude. So it seems if you, Wizard said, even when I was powerlifting, building cars, racing, I went home and just got lost. Dude, it's funny you say that because when I was 15 and 16 is when I started street racing. And I told the story last time I had a Honda CRX with a B16A1 JDM swap. And I used to sneak out in the middle of the night after my parents went to bed. I would meet up at the Barnes and Nobles and we would go out street racing till like 3 in the morning. And then I would pop my car into neutral so I can go into my townhouse community, park my car quietly, and then sneak in through the back door so my parents didn't know I snuck out. And that's funny because I would do all the guy stuff, like all the cool guy stuff, but then low-key, not telling anyone, I was low-key playing EverQuest. So it's like living a double life, like nerd on one side, chat on the other side. It's like, hey. I freaking had an amazing childhood, dude. I was a little young thug back then too. I thought I was young Jeezy, man, running the streets. Nessie said, it seems if you first get the bug or something in your inventory or bank, you can have it with you and can't get rid of it. Malgore said, how do I get in the beta? You can opt in, go into the website, monstersandmemories.com, and they have like a little tab that talks about like development. And then there's a link that says opt in to beta, and you can ask to be included in the beta. That doesn't give you immediate access, but it enters you into a pool, a drawing, where every week they pick 200 people to get added to the beta. So, I mean, it's beta testing, right? We're testing and seeing what's fun, what's not, what needs to be fixed, etc. If you don't get selected, don't worry about it. Early access comes out in June, and then you can play to your heart's desire. Wizard said, oh god, no, I couldn't do that again. We did that back in the old Twitch days, DayZ, WoW arenas, playing against Mitch and Wreckful. I just do it to chill out and record and get some funny clips. Yeah, man, and that's what I kind of assumed. I just figured I'd like say it for anyone else listening too. Like, if you want to actually become a streamer, like the number one way, if you're in it for the people and making money and all that other stuff, then definitely building the community is like the way to go. But yeah, I get what you're saying. You would want to just do it for connecting with people, not so much not to do all that crazy stuff. Alright, we're gonna save the interrupting shot for when he heals. Come on, come on. Wait for it. Wait for it. He's healing. Perfect. I interrupted him. Dude, I love that strategic. I love the Archer, man. Archer is sick, man. I love what they've done with it. Like, when I first heard that there's an Archer and a Ranger, I was like, that is so dumb. Why? But then when I realized that Archer is like more of the like poison arrows and Legolas jumping around and interrupting shots and all this stuff. And then the Ranger is more like a druid hybrid, and where he has like the spells, the sow, the snare, and the bow and everything. It's so cool to see how creative they got with this class. And it's not just like a Ranger 2.0, it's like a completely different class. It feels completely different. It's really cool. If your zone means intense concentration, Embers were pretty chill. They let me hang and I could pretty obnoxious. Who's leaving? I think somebody's leaving. I gotta pay attention to the chat. Snaring shot. Dang, I'm hitting these things for... Oh, never mind. I thought I was hitting it for 20. Oh, actually, I'm hitting it for 17. That's dope. I just rooted him. Oh, God. Yeah, Wizard said, oh, God, no, I couldn't do that again. Bonte said, well, I think the concept of quote-unquote social design needs to be centered around mechanics and player experience, not around a concept you haven't fully fleshed out or tested. Yeah, I agree. Group, how romantic. Wait, is Galilea leaving? Wizard says social interaction comes naturally with friction and good game design. Beautifully said. You're 100% right. It doesn't need to be designed around socializing. They just need to put people at a decision. Wizard just nailed it. That's somebody should quote that, circle that quote, and just be like, show it to the devs. LOL. Wait, Galileo, we'll go for another 15 minutes. Cut off 3 a.m. Central. Sounds like a plan. I'm 2 yellows into 9, so that's a good buffer in case I die. Social interaction. I'll leave when you guys leave. Social interaction comes naturally with friction and good game design. It doesn't need to be BRB 2 seconds. It doesn't need to be designed around social. They just need to put a game. Yeah, that's a great point. 1 second. All right, I'm back. All right, perfect. Wizard said, oh, heck yeah, brother. Talking my language now. I built like 20-something Hondas. Oh, my man. That's awesome. So you know exactly when I say a 1990 Honda CRX with a bunch of weight reduction, dropped 2 inches, and had the B16A1, specifically the B16A1, because that was the JDM Japanese motor that they pulled from the stock 1991 CRX that was sold in Japan. So if you bought it in Japan, it came with the B16A1, but I got it installed on the on mine. So that thing was quick, dude. I used to race Mustang 5.0s, and I used to... Oh crap. Wait. What are we doing? Which should we fight first? Yapala. Okay, sorry guys, we got it named. I'm just gonna start hitting it. You shoot Yapala for 12 points. That's not bad, dude. I'm doing pretty decent damage. Chipping away. So yeah, man, and the biggest thing about the CRX that I loved is it was so nimble. So we used to play a game called Reindeer Games, and please understand, for anyone listening, like the modern street racers are clowns. They run competitions, running from the police. They do extremely horrible, dangerous things, and people get killed over it. Like, I do not condone modern street racers. They're losers. They street takeovers, all the crazy, stupid stuff they do. That's not how it was when we were kids. We had respect for the streets. We even had respect for the cops, to a certain degree, right? We would meet up at Barnes. It was just like Fast and the Furious, like just like the movie was, the first one. That's how it was. We'd meet up, we'd hang out, we'd have loud music, we'd show off our cars. Then we would all leave at the same time, like 50 cars deep. We would get on the Beltway, and we would find somebody would already plan it. We're like, I know a spot, and we would go to a spot where it was like no lights, no nothing, perfect quarter mile. What the heck, dude? I can't shoot. Am I out of arrows? Oh, I'm out of arrows. Sorry, guys. And then we would go and we would race at the spot for like hours and hours on end until the police came. And the police came every single time. So imagine, so the police being there was part of the experience. You'd race till like 2, 3 in the morning. You'd see a car coming with its lights off from both directions. And then all of a sudden, the red and blues turn on and everyone is like running. So there's like 50 cars. So there's like 150 people, not 150 people, but think about it, like at least 2 people per car, maybe 3, maybe 4, because there were spectators. Not everyone was racing. And it was Sandwalker's leggings. Ooh. Huh. Group. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. That's me? You're gonna let me loot that? No way, dude. No way. Dude, we not only did we gain a level, but he's trying to give me these leggings. So yeah, after the police came, we would all like run to our cars and drive away and all this other stuff. So I provided all that context because I wanted to get to my point. My point was my favorite game was called Reindeer Games. So with Reindeer Games, again, this is going to sound terrible, but please understand, like, we really took it seriously and we were very careful what we did. And we were kids. I was like 16, 17. Reindeer Games is we would start at one end of the Beltway and race to the other side of the Beltway. And the goal was to race through the traffic, and you'd be like weaving like this. And because I had this Honda CRX, I would be able to fit into spots like inches apart because it was so nimble and it was so low to the ground that it would just like stick. It was like driving a go-kart, you know. Again, I don't condone that. You know, I've lost a lot of friends, motorcycles and races and other stuff, but I will say that we actually knew how to drive. Like, we were good drivers. We knew what we were doing. We took it seriously. We would never intentionally put anyone in harm's way and so forth and so on. So that's awesome that you were into that too, Wizard. Not specifically what I said, but you building Hondas, that's sick. Thanks, guys. What a treat. what's the head for? So guys, we just got some new legs. Let's put them on and see what they look like. Ready? Ready for the legs? Oh, wait, come on. Come on, M&M devs. That can't be it. Oh, never mind. Bro, I was about to say, okay, cool, these are nice. Sandwalker's legs. Quest turn in, you need this head and her twin brothers. Turn into Red Mantle Cordmaster. Okay, cool. Cool. Should I loot it? Nessie said, yeah, I hope... hold on one sec. Sorry, I got off on that tangent. So Nessie said, I hope they stay like this. A sandbox with mystery and secrets with almost impossible to kill mobs and still makes it chill in a group. Yeah, that would be awesome. I love it. Okay, but only if you have time. I don't want to keep you, but if you insist and the head is up, I'm down, broski. KK. I'll follow. I love Galilea's shoulder pads, guys. Look at those shoulder pads. Those are really cool looking. Yeah. I hope they stay like Wizard said. I had undiagnosed autism, but it worked out for me in the end. My brain never understood clicks, so I just was friends with everyone, or they thought I was weird. Old lady came in with the delivery, BRB. I mean, I'll comment on the part about being clicks and all this other stuff. It's not that I never understood clicks, is I don't respect clicks. Galileila. Avante said, you're killing me, Smalls. Galileila. I just don't, like, I was the same way. Like, when I was a kid, I had a lot of different friends. I was a chameleon. I would jump from click to click, from group to group. I was never like a part of one, so and plus I lived in a very diverse area. So like there was rich, there was middle, there was poor, there was white, there was Asian, there was black, there was Hispanic, there was European, there was Persian, Arab. So big difference there. Persian and Arab, very big difference. I actually had a lot of Persian friends. I mean, some of them call themselves Iranians, but most of my friends call themselves Persians. And I actually worked for Moby Dick, and I spent like 2 or 3 years of my life eating nothing but kubide and chenje, which is steak and ground beef, but the skewers. Oh my god. Befamid. Merci. It's Hodafes. So good. Sorry, that was random Farsi words. But yeah, I got to hang out with all of them. I got to experience different, like, different everything. You know, it was a really good. I had a really good childhood from that perspective. I wish I could share the same with my kids, but unfortunately, the world has changed. Everything is nowadays. Everyone's just awkward and weird, and socially just weird. And not in the weird like you said weird, but weird in the sense of like, I can't even explain it. Like in the 90s and 2000s, it was just different. Like everyone was friends with everyone. Nobody cared about like cultural differences. Like that wasn't a conversation. Like I remember my friend group was like, there was Raj, who was Indian. There was Kim, which was Chinese. Then I had Tony, which was Italian. He was like our muscle. Torian, who was black. And it was so cool. And then me, I was Russian. So like we would have our little clique. We'd have the crazy Russian. We have the wild Italian stallion. We had Torian, which was just Torian. We had Kim, which he was like the fighter. Like all the stereotypes of him being like Chinese and karate. Like he was actually no joke. He could kick your ass with like a flying kick. And then Raj, he was the richest out of all of us. He was the Indian dude. His dad was like a multi-millionaire. He's the one that actually introduced me to EverQuest, because he had like, his dad had money. So I used to come over to his house and play. But my point in saying this is like, it's a crazy, like in my childhood, how like diverse my friend group was. And I don't know. I wish my kids could experience that as well. Because we were a clique based on our interests and not our ethnic backgrounds, you know what I mean? Like, that was not even... If anything, we embraced our ethnic differences because it was more fun that way. You know, like I said, we'd have names for each other, like Crazy Russian or Italian Stallion or, you know, all this other stuff. Freaking awesome, dude. And nowadays, that's like frowned upon or it's supposed to mean something bad. It's like, get the frick out of here, dude. If anything, people that think there's something wrong with that, it says more about them than the person that is whatever. It's like, are you a closet racist? Is that why you have a problem with it? Because it wasn't a problem for us back then. We used to joke and fun and, you know, we were just a happy crowd of people. We never even thought about that kind of stuff. And nowadays, everything is centered around identity and all this other crap. It's like, I hate what's become of the world because back then we used to all get along. And nowadays, all the stuff is just forced. It's like, bro, nobody actually believes in that. And the best part is, man, we all had so much fun. Like, and I remember I used to love going to Raj's house because I would farm his mom's cooking. She had the best freaking cooking. And I was just like we're farming these Ashiras. I was farming her the dinner that she was cooking. Man, it was so nice. And like I said, when I worked for Moby Dick, the kebab joint, I was literally working there, even though I was getting paid minimum wage. I was working there because I had the free QD, and they had the special green hot sauce as well. If you're Persian, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and you're probably laughing to yourself right now. And also because all the Persians were club goers. So even though I was under the age of 18, most of my Persian friends were club promoters. So they would get me into the club. So I was I was street racing and I was clubbing at the age of 16. Oh my gosh, man. I'm sorry. I'm thinking back to all this right now and what an amazing childhood. Like, I mean, it's good and bad, I guess, depending on how you look at it. But I grew up really at a very young age, and I got to experience some really amazing things. Sorry, I haven't looked at the chat in a while. Oh gosh, somebody said nice legs, dude. Did you guys see me with my crap, dude? Which legs? Oh, these legs. I thought you were talking about my legs because I stood up. You saw my scrawny little legs. My brain never understood clicks. Old lady came in with a delivery, BRB. S-Reg said, my wife's Russian. Как дела, друг? У меня все нормально. Как у тебя дела? Очень приятно познакомиться. Сейчас играем Monsters and Memories, и после этого мы уже пойдем спать. А то я боюсь, что я уже устал, уже поиграл, и нужно уже лечь спать. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's enough. We're not here to listen to all that. So the irony is I'm half Russian and half Ukrainian. So my dad's side is all well, he lived in Russia his whole life, but his family and origins is all in Ukraine. And then my mom's side is mainly like St. Petersburg. But I spent a lot of time in Russia when I was growing up. We had a summer home, dacha. Spent time in Ukraine at my other grandmother's dacha. And yeah, it's really sad that both my cultural homes are like being wrecked. Now, just to be clear, I'm a red, white, and blue American. I pledge allegiance to America. This is my country, and even though I'm very proud of my cultural origin, I believe as an immigrant to this country, it's my job to assimilate and respect the country that I'm in. So I'm 100% a U.S. American. America, America. Oh yeah, oh yeah. But yeah, origin stories are always fun. It's like talking about the lore of a character, you know? Shira Skinner. I don't know how I got off on that tangent. S-Reg said, I understood about 10% of that, LOL. S-Reg, stream is pиздец in a good way. Oh, thanks. That's funny. Stream is pиздец. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. That's a very funny and kind thing to say. Robert, good morning, bro. Nice to catch a stream with my morning coffee. Dude, you got your morning coffee and I got my late night coffee. It's my final cup before I log off. Robert, it has been a crazy stream, man. We've said and done a lot of things tonight. We've played a lot of Eminem. We leveled up. We got some new pants. Check out my pants, bro. Got Sandwalker's leggings. And it's been a spicy stream, so I highly encourage you, do not rewatch it. Do not rewatch the beginning. Because you know me, man. I say what's on my mind, and I've said some things before. And I didn't say anything bad, but I just said some things. So yeah, it's been a great night. We've been doing absolutely nothing but killing Shiras. So we've been good boys. Don't rewatch the stream. Do not rewatch the stream. I hope you're having a blessed day, Robert. So happy you're here. Thank you for the amazing world that you've helped create with your amazing music. I hope you're doing great. Anyways, we're gonna have some money when we come back. Rusty Trident. Vante said, howdy, Robert. Twin brother Yapala. Name spawns and back where Shaman is. The named spawned or not yet? No, not yet. You know what they need? What I want them to do? Not what they need. I would really like more quests like the crush bone belts and stuff like that. Or just more quests in general like that. I think I may assume that they don't want a lot of stuff like that because they don't want the same level of like power leveling as the crush bone belts did. But I don't know. I don't think people like do it religiously. I think that the ones that want to do it. And honestly, I mean, maybe that's fair. Maybe once you've reached level 60, if you have a ton of money to buy crush bone belts, you're benefiting. Like if I'm a low level player, that means I can farm crush bone belts and then I can sell them for 1 to 2 platinum each. So I benefit, and then the high level person benefits because they can power level their lower level character. You know what I mean? it's a diminishing return after a certain level, because at the end of the day, you can't just keep using crush bone belts. Like by level 15, you're like, okay, I'm not getting any XP, so it's diminishing returns. But what that kind of quest does is it benefits the low-level player like me that farms, like, let's say it's a share of tails instead of crush bone belts. So I'm farming the tails, and then some other person, I can either use them for myself as a quest, or I can resell them to another player that is, you know, trying to power level their alt. And I don't know, man. I don't think it's game breaking. I would love to see more quests like that. I really hope that they don't overthink this kind of stuff, because the thing is, we have a proven case study of it working and not being game breaking, right? So I'm not trying to tell the devs what to do, what not to do. I'm just saying, like, some of the conversations I've heard of why it's not the best idea is like, well, why did it work for EverQuest then? You know what I mean? I don't recall like the whole population of EverQuest. Oh, because crush bone belts, everyone is doing it. It's like, I don't think it's that widespread. You know what I mean? I think some people were and some people weren't. There was definitely some really rich people that would just skip the first 15 levels. I could be wrong. I could be missing something. I'm not a dev. I'm not as smart as they are, but I'm just saying, I hope that they have more quests like this, so that when I'm looting these Ashira tails, for example, there's an actual purpose to them, and it's not just like random stuff. That's all. I should have just left it at that. I hope they make more quests where you can turn in like tails for XP. Cool. Robert said, how has the server held up? Bonte said, better than yesterday. Yes, I agree. Robert said, hey, Bonte. Bonte said, still laggy though. Yeah, something about the latest patch really made things a little different. Yeah, for me, the biggest thing that's laggy is the inventory, I noticed. I mean, there was lag spikes. Like, there's fewer lag spikes is what I will say, Robert. Like, for example, before the patch, every like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I'd get like a lag spike where the whole screen would freeze for like 7 seconds. 6 or 7 seconds. Hey, see what I did there? I'm a little child. And then it would like go away, and I wouldn't have another lag spike for like, you know, an hour. But this time I'm not having, like, after the patch, I'm not having those lag spikes anymore. But what I am having is inventory delays, like kind of like the classic ones we used to have like a year or two ago, when you would pick something up, but it's like late. Only even worse in the sense that it's not so much that there's a delay, but like sometimes the item will just reappear in my bag. Like, I'll put away the item into my bank, I'll walk away from my bank, and then the item teleports back into my inventory. So it's pretty interesting. I've never had that particular bug before, but yeah. But today it's better than it was yesterday. So I don't know if anything changed, but I think a lot of the stuff that I'm running into happened after the latest patch. So that's just my personal 2 cents. I've been trying to do bug reports on anything that I find. Man, look at the vibe of this place. Look at the little grass with the fire, with these huts here. It's so nice. absolutely love it. Everything is coming together so nicely. It's like I feel like the baseline of this game is set, you know? Like, even though I think it was before, if it wasn't before, it definitely is now. Where like everything feels grounded. Like even these little tents with these little stars here. You wouldn't think much of them until you look closely at them and you see how much care they were made with and how fitting they are with the art style. Just take a look at this. Like, look at the vibe here. Amazing. Robert, what I really want to hear is I want to hear more of your music, man. I know there's a future where we're going to hear more, and I'm sure that it's not time for it yet, but I just wanted to say we're all looking forward for new music. You know, I can't wait to see what you do with the Deep Elves. I can't wait to see what you do with the other people. Yeah, man. Let me actually think about that. Who am I most excited about? Which racial city song am I most excited for? All right, we're heading home, boys. Wait. Oh, gosh. I'm gonna stay super close so I don't get us killed. It's stuck in the wall, darn it. Alright, so let me think about the races. The different races in the game are... Oh, the High Elf City, dude. Robert, that's who I can't wait for. I can't wait to see what you do for the High Elves. That's gonna be interesting. Wizard said the world looks great. That's my jam. Great skybox too. I love the night. The world looks great. That's my jam. Great skybox too. I love the night. Feels like it's night. And they actually utilize dark vision, etc. Yeah, dude, it's freaking amazing. Honestly, one of my favorite skyboxes. Like, who would have thought that one of my favorite skyboxes is in a game specifically targeting a low poly art style? They're doing an amazing job, Wizard. You're spot on. And honestly, I say this about a lot of things, but the skybox, the water, and everything else you're seeing, the worst it will ever be is right now, because it's only going to get better with time. What's that? Oh, so hey gal, link your sword to Elessar. Oh my gosh. So she has a Cinder Beater Beetle Mandible, 9 damage, 32 delay, Flame Burst, chance on hit, level 7. Dude, that is sick. And I used to love those claws when I was playing EQ as a kid. I used to want charismatico. And look at this dwarf, dude. I love the I mean, look how good. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm in glaze mode. Look at the shoulder blades. I just love the art style, man. Like, can you imagine what this is gonna look like 4 years from now, 2 years from now? Like, it looks this good, and there's still so much more to finish. S. Reg said, can't wait for new music. Most excited for Deep Elves. Deep Elves is gonna be dope. You know, it's funny because, like, when was the last time we thought about, like, we're all gonna have our favorite soundtrack, basically. Like, some of us, Fail and Drawl is gonna be our favorite song. Kind of like me, you know, I'm always listening to this. And like for other people, it might be the Caledon music. For other people, it might be the Freeport music. Like we all have our favorite. And we're going to have a similar experience with Monsters Memories. We're each going to have that one track that resonates with us. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be so cool. And it's so cool because like we each will have our own piece of the world that we resonate with. Like for me, you know, I'm a woody. Like everyone knows that I'm a wood elf. I play wood elves. Like it was so hard for me to play a human, but I chose a human archer because I wanted to start in Night Harbor. And if I was a wood elf, I would start in Fail and Draw. So I wanted to try starting in Night Harbor. So I made a human. But the way I convinced myself to make a human is I named myself Aragorn. But since Aragorn was taken, I named myself Elessar. Oh, sorry guys, I gotta turn this off. I don't want to give away any spoilers. Give me two seconds. I'll switch it back in a second. But for those of you that don't like spoilers, I am turning it off. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Look at that. Look at Night Harbor. This is my favorite part. This is what I was saying to you guys earlier about Pantheon. Is after something like this, you want to come back to Thronefast, right? You want to come back to a major city in the distance with your friends. It's part of the MMO experience, you know. But I'm gonna just show you guys around a little bit. This amazing skybox. 3 adventurers coming back with awesome loot, coming back to that beautiful city, Night Harbor. Neutral said art style is so good. That alone is why I play. I do want some new system though that set it apart from other old school MMORPGs. one thing I don't like is that Sean doesn't seem to think server cap is a big thing. Personally, I want a super server with 5K plus players. I'm in agreement with you. I want to have a super server too, but I think first we need to create a game that can sustain a super server. You know what I mean? Meaning, let's make it into early access. Let's see how many people are actually interested in the game, how many people actually stick around, and then 1.0 launch will be a different story. But I agree.